there was Nun. The Egyptians conceived of Nun as the Isfet of pure potential, an infinite, undifferentiated expanse of dark water that possessed neither surface nor depth, neither temperature nor current. In modern terms, the closest analogy might be a pre-inflationary state, a condition of perfect, featureless uniformity from which all structure would eventually emerge. The name Nun, written in hieroglyphics as NWN, is attested in Egyptian religious texts from at least the Old Kingdom period, roughly 2700 BCE, and continues to appear in texts well into the Ptolemaic era, more than 2.5 millennia later. This conceptual consistency across such an enormous span of time is itself remarkable. The fundamental metaphysical problem that Nun represents, the question of what preceded existence, occupied Egyptian theological thought for as long as that thought was recorded. Nun was not simply metaphor. Within Egyptian cosmology, the primordial waters were understood to be physically real and physically present. They surrounded the world on all sides, above the sky, below the earth, at the edges of the known horizon. The annual Nile inundation, which flooded the valley each summer between approximately June and September, was understood as Nun briefly reasserting himself, the primordial chaos re-emerging, depositing the black alluvial silt that Egyptians called Khmet, the Black Land, before retreating again. Every year, this cycle recreated creation. The first hilltops to emerge from the receding floodwater were, in miniature, the first act of the cosmos. In the Heli-op-Olitan tradition, the cosmological system centered on the city of Iunu, known to the Greeks as Heliopolis and located in the northeastern area of what is now Greater Cairo. Nun was personified as a deity, though a passive one. He is depicted in surviving temple reliefs and papyri as a bearded man standing waist-deep in water, arms raised, supporting the solar bark of Ra above him. This image captures something precise about his theological function. He is not creator, but substrate. He does not act, but sustains. The entire ordered world floats upon him, perpetually. Nun also had a female counterpart, Naunet, sometimes written Naynet, who represented the complementary aspect of the primordial ocean, the waters above, the reverse surface of the sky. Together, Nun and Naunet formed one of the 4 foundational pairs of the Ogdoad, which we will discuss shortly. Their pairing reflects the Egyptian theological principle of duality, the idea that every fundamental force has both a manifest and a hidden aspect, a visible and an invisible face. It is worth noting what Nun is not. Unlike the Babylonian Tiamat, the primordial sea dragon whose defeat by Marduk is the precondition for creation in the Enuma Elish, Nun is not an adversary. He is not overcome, defeated, or transformed into something else. Creation in the Heli-op-Olitan system does not happen by conquering chaos, but by differentiating out of it. The gods emerge from Nun. They do not replace him. He remains, patient and immense, at the margins of all things, and this is considered entirely appropriate. Chaos is not evil. It is simply the ground condition, the primordial state to which, Egyptian texts suggest, everything will eventually return. Atum, the self-created, from Nun. From this perfectly featureless, perfectly dark expanse of primordial water, the first god arose through no external cause. The Egyptians named him Atum, and the name itself contains a theological statement. The root item in ancient Egyptian carries two seemingly contradictory meanings: to be complete and to not exist. Atum is simultaneously the totality of all that will be, the plenum, and the pre-existent void in which nothing has yet differentiated. He is completeness before completion. He is existence before existence has taken any particular form. Atum is classified in Egyptological literature as a demiurge, a creator deity who is himself uncreated, who brings the ordered world into being through his own autonomous will. The concept appears across multiple ancient religious traditions, but Egypt's version is among the earliest attested. Atum's mythology is documented in the pyramid texts, a corpus of religious inscriptions carved into the interior chambers of Old Kingdom pyramids, beginning with that of Unas at Saqqara, dated to approximately 2375 BCE. These are among the oldest religious texts in the world, and Atum features prominently in them as the primordial creator. The manner of Atum's self-creation is described in Egyptian sources in several distinct ways, and the Egyptians appear to have held these accounts simultaneously, rather than feeling any need to reconcile them into a single canonical narrative. In one tradition, Atum rose from the primordial waters as the first mound of land, the primeval hill called the Benben, which would become one of the most significant and enduring symbols in Egyptian religious architecture. The pyramidal form itself and the obelisk are believed by most Egyptologists to be architectural references to this original Benben, the first solid thing, the first point of differentiation between water and earth, between potential and actuality. In another tradition, Atum created himself through an act of masturbation, a creation myth that strikes modern readers as unexpected, but which the Egyptians recorded without apparent embarrassment in numerous religious texts, including the pyramid texts and the later coffin texts. The theological logic is consistent. Atum, existing alone, without a partner, generates the creative force from within himself. The act is not sexual in the human sense, but rather a metaphor for autopoiesis, self-creation, self-organization from internal resources alone. In yet another formulation, Atum creates by speaking. He names things, and in naming them brings them into being. This is the logocentric creation account, and it would become increasingly important in later Egyptian theology, particularly in the Memphite tradition centered on Ptah. The pyramid texts describe Atum in spell 600 as having come into being of himself, Kepa Jesef, a phrase that appears repeatedly in Egyptian religious literature as the defining characteristic of a self-created deity. This self-origination distinguishes Atum from all subsequent gods who were begotten or born. He is the first cause, the uncaused causer, and this quality made him theologically fundamental even as other deities, particularly Ra and later Amun, became more prominent in actual religious practice. Atum's primary cult center was Heliopolis, Eu, where the original Benben stone was housed in a sanctuary called the Mansion of the Phoenix. The phoenix, or Bennu bird, was associated with Atum and with solar renewal. It was understood as the first living creature, which settled on the Benben at the moment of creation and uttered the first sound, beginning time. The Greek legend of the phoenix rising from ashes is almost certainly derived through Herodotus's description of the Bennu bird in the 5th century BCE from this Egyptian tradition. In later periods, beginning particularly in the Middle Kingdom around 2055 BCE and accelerating through the New Kingdom, Atum was syncretized with Ra to form the compound deity Atum-Ra. In this merged form, he represented the setting sun, the ancient, completed, westward declining solar disk, in contrast to Khepri, the scarab-headed form of the morning sun, and Ra proper, the noon sun at its full power. The three aspects together formed a single solar theology. Khepri at dawn, Ra at noon, Atum at dusk. One God, three names, three moments in a single daily cycle. The Ogdoad, the eight who came before, alongside the Heliopolitan tradition centered on Atum, a distinct cosmological system developed in the city of Khnum, known to the Greeks as Hermopolis Magna, located in what is now the Mania Governorate of Middle Egypt. This system is known to Egyptologists as the Hermopolitan cosmogony, and its central theological concept is the Ogdoad, from the Greek Ogdohas, meaning a group of eight, a set of four male-female deity pairs who together personified the qualities of the pre-creation state. The Ogdoad is documented extensively in the coffin texts of the Middle Kingdom period and in New Kingdom sources, including the Book of the Dead and various temple inscriptions, particularly at Esna, where a late cosmological text provides one of the most detailed surviving accounts. The four pairs are as follows: Noon and Naunet, the primordial waters themselves, the formless, undirected expanse of pre-creation chaos. Noon represents the horizontal, the deep. Naunet represents the complementary hidden face, sometimes interpreted as the sky water or the counter heaven. Heh and Hawet, the personification of infinity or boundlessness. Heh represents the unlimited extension of space. Hawet, his female counterpart, represents the same quality in its hidden or reciprocal aspect. The name Heh is related to the Egyptian word for million or infinity, and the hieroglyph of a kneeling man holding two palm ribs, the symbol of Heh, was used as a general sign meaning millions of years, an expression of eternity. Kek and Koket, the personification of darkness, of the absolute absence of light that characterized the pre-creation void. Kek is sometimes specifically associated with the darkness before dawn, the liminal period between night and the first light, which gave him a dual quality of both absence and immanence. The fourth pair varies across sources. In most traditions it is Amun and Amunet, the hidden ones, personifications of the invisible, imperceptible quality of the primordial state. In some sources, particularly earlier ones, this fourth pair is replaced by Ker and Kerhet, representing inertness or stillness, the perfect motionlessness of the pre-creation condition. The inclusion of Amun in the Ogdoad is theologically significant. The same Amun who would later rise to become the supreme deity of the New Kingdom began in Hermopolitan theology as one of 8 primordial abstractions, essentially equivalent to the others. The male members of the Ogdoad were depicted with the heads of frogs, the female members with the heads of serpents. Both animals are associated with water, with the marginal zone between aquatic and terrestrial environments, and with the fertile silt of the Nile flood. Both are also animals that appear to emerge from the earth spontaneously, frogs materializing as if from nowhere during inundation season, snakes emerging from cracks in the drying mud, and this quality of apparent self-generation made them appropriate symbols for the primordial forces that preceded formal creation. In the Hermopolitan account, creation occurred when the 8 primordial forces, interacting within the waters of noon, generated sufficient energy or potential to produce the first sunrise. This event is described variously as the emergence of a cosmic egg from which the solar deity hatched, or as the rising of the primeval lotus from the waters of the pre-creation lake, from which the child sun god emerged. The Hermopolitan tradition was not exclusive of the Heliopolitan one. Egyptian theology was characteristically syncretic, and the two systems were understood as complementary rather than contradictory accounts of the same fundamental event. The sacred lake at Hermopolis, where, according to local tradition, the primordial event had actually occurred, was maintained as a ritual site throughout pharaonic history. Pilgrims visited it. Priests performed rites at its banks. The egg of the cosmic goose, which had laid the sun into existence, was said to be buried nearby. These are the kinds of specific, localizable claims that Egyptian religion made with confidence. The creation of the universe had happened here, at this particular place, on this particular ground, and the ground remembered. Ra, the great solar deity. Ra is among the most extensively attested deities in the entire Egyptian pantheon, documented from the 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom, approximately 2613 BCE through the Roman period, when his worship was still active in certain temple communities. His primary cult center was Heliopolis, where the temple of Ra-Horakhti, Ra as Horus of the 2 horizons, was one of the major religious institutions of the ancient world. The city's Egyptian name, Eunu, meaning the Pillar City, referred to the tall obelisks that were the architectural signature of solar cult. The lone surviving obelisk of Heliopolis, now standing in Al-Masala, dates to the reign of Senusret, the first of the 12th dynasty, around 1971 BCE, and is one of the oldest standing obelisks in existence. Ra's importance within Egyptian state religion cannot be separated from the political theology of the pharaonate. Beginning in the 5th dynasty, around 2494 BCE, the titulary of every pharaoh included the epithet Sa-Ra, son of Ra, making the divine solar genealogy a matter of official royal identity rather than merely theological belief. The pharaoh was not merely favored by Ra. He was Ra's biological offspring, the earthly manifestation of solar power in human form. This claim was institutionalized, bureaucratized, and architecturally expressed in the sun temples that 5th dynasty rulers constructed at Abu Ghurab and Abu Sir, near modern Abu Sir south of Cairo. Open-air sanctuaries oriented toward the sun, centered on massive squat obelisks, built specifically for solar worship rather than for the housing of a divine statue in the manner of conventional Egyptian temples. Egyptian cosmology conceptualized the sun's apparent movement across the sky as the journey of Ra in a divine vessel called the Manjet, the day bark, which traversed the heavens from east to west during daylight hours. At sunset, Ra transferred to a second vessel, the Mesektet or night bark, and entered the Duat, the Egyptian underworld, to make the return journey through the 12 hours of night, re-emerging in the east at dawn. This cosmological model is documented in extraordinary detail in a series of New Kingdom funerary texts known collectively as the Books of the Netherworld, which include the Amduat, what is in the Duat, the Book of Gates, the Book of Caverns, and related compositions. The Amduat, which is one of the oldest of these texts, and is attested from the reign of Thutmose I around 1504 BCE, divides the nocturnal journey into 12 numbered hours, each corresponding to a region of the underworld with its own geography, its own population of supernatural beings, and its own specific dangers. The text was originally inscribed on the walls of royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings, and was considered so efficacious that access to it was initially restricted to the pharaoh. Only in later periods did abbreviated versions appear in the tombs of non-royal individuals and on papyri. The central challenge of the night journey was the confrontation with Apep, also called Apophis, a serpent of enormous size described in various texts as being hundreds of cubits in length, whose body formed an obstacle across the path of the solar bark. Apep was not a deity in the conventional Egyptian sense. He had no cult, no priests, no temples dedicated to his worship. He was the embodiment of uncreated chaos, of Isfet in its most extreme form, the antithesis of Ra, and of the ordered cosmos Ra represented. Each night, Apep attempted to prevent the sun from completing its journey and rising again. The crew of the solar bark, which included a rotating cast of deities depending on the specific text, fought him off with spells, with fire, with the direct physical violence of Set, who was stationed at the prow of the bark specifically for this purpose. The ritual implications of this nightly drama were extensive. Egyptian temples performed daily ceremonies called the repelling of Apep, anti-Apep rites that involved the ritual cursing, stabbing, burning, and spitting upon effigies of the serpent. A text called the Book of Apep, surviving in multiple papyrus copies from the New Kingdom onward, provides detailed instructions for these rites. The theological logic was precise. If priests failed to perform these rites, Apep might succeed, and the sun would not rise. The maintenance of cosmic order was therefore a continuous ritual obligation, not a settled background fact. Egyptian solar theology distinguished three primary aspects of Ra, corresponding to the three main phases of the daily cycle. These were not separate deities in the Egyptian understanding, but rather three manifestations of a single solar identity. What Egyptologists sometimes describe as henotheistic variations, the same divine essence expressing itself in three distinct modes. Khepri, from the Egyptian word kepa, to come into being, was the morning sun, depicted as a scarab beetle, or as a man with a scarab for a head. The dung beetle's habit of rolling a ball of dung across the ground within which its eggs were laid, and from which new beetles emerged, was interpreted as an analogy for the sun rolling across the sky and generating new life. More precisely, the ball of dung was identified with the sun itself, and the beetle with the force that propelled it. The scarab became one of the most ubiquitous amulets in Egyptian material culture. Hundreds of thousands of scarab amulets have been recovered from archaeological contexts across Egypt and the ancient Mediterranean, specifically because it was understood as a portable symbol of solar regeneration, of coming into being out of apparent nothingness. Ra, strictly speaking, was the noon sun, the full, brilliant solar disk at the apex of its daily arc. This was Ra in his most direct, unmediated form, powerful, complete, at maximum intensity. The solar disk, the Atum, was Ra's visible body, the physical manifestation of his divine presence in the sky. This identification between Ra and the solar disk would become theologically explosive in the 14th century BCE under the pharaoh Amenhotep IV, who renamed himself Akhenaten and elevated the Atum, the disk itself, to the status of sole deity, suppressing the worship of all other gods, including Ra. The Atenist episode lasted approximately 17 years before it was reversed by Akhenaten's successors, but it represents perhaps the most radical experiment in monotheism before the Abrahamic traditions, and it grew directly from the internal logic of solar theology. Atum, as we have discussed, was the evening sun, the aged descending solar disk completing its westward journey and sinking below the horizon. The theological resonance of this identification is considerable. Atum the creator, Atum the self-generated, Atum the completeness. All of these qualities align with the setting sun as a symbol of completion, of a cycle concluded, of totality achieved. The day ends. The creation is, for this moment, finished. And Atum descends to rest in the underworld before the cycle begins again. One of the most complex and theologically productive concepts in Egyptian solar religion is the Eye of Ra, Wejat or Iat Ra, the divine power that Ra possessed and could project outward from himself. The solar eye was simultaneously Ra's own eye, a weapon he could deploy, a feminine deity in her own right, and a cosmic force capable of independent action. This multiplicity was not considered contradictory. Egyptian religious thought was consistently comfortable with what modern analysis calls inclusive identities, divine figures that were simultaneously distinct and aspects of a larger whole. The Eye of Ra was most commonly identified with specific goddesses: Hathor in her solar aspect, Sekhmet in her destructive aspect, Mut, Tefnut, and Bastet at various points in different textual traditions. The myth of the distant goddess, attested in a number of New Kingdom sources and surviving most completely in a demotic papyrus known as the Myth of the Sun's Eye, describes an episode in which the Eye of Ra departed from Egypt, traveling into the remote desert of Nubia or Libya in the form of a dangerous lioness. Ra, deprived of his eye, suffered diminishment. Egypt suffered in sympathy. The mission to retrieve the goddess and persuade her to return formed the plot of the myth, which was resolved through music, dance, intoxication, and the patient work of the intermediary god, usually Thoth or Shu, who gradually coaxed the fierce goddess back toward Egypt. This myth is understood by scholars, including Jan Assmann and Siegfried Moritz, as a theological elaboration of the solar cycle itself. The eye, identified with the sun's fire and heat, periodically withdraws, as the sun appears to lose its power in the dry season, or as the moon wanes, and must be called back. The return of the eye was associated with the Nile flood and with the renewal of fertility. The ritual performance of the myth, which is attested in multiple temple contexts, was understood as participating in and reinforcing this cosmic event. Ra's relationship to the Egyptian concept of Ma'at, the principle of cosmic order, justice, truth, and proper proportion, was foundational and intimate. Ra was understood not merely to exist within a world governed by Ma'at, but to be the primary source and guarantor of Ma'at. Each sunrise was a re-establishment of order. Each successful completion of the night journey was a victory of Ma'at over Isfet. The pharaoh, as Ra's son and earthly representative, was described in royal texts as the one who executes Mart, the human agent through whom the solar principle of order was made effective in the political and social realm. The so-called Instruction of Merikare, a didactic text from the First Intermediate Period, approximately 2160 to 2055 BCE, contains a remarkable theological passage in which Ra is described as creating human beings specifically to serve as his earthly companions, and as grieving for them when they suffer. The passage reads in translation that the god made sky and earth for their sake. He made breath for their nostrils to live. He arose, and for their sake he made his children like images of himself. This is not the distant, indifferent solar force of some ancient theologies. It is a personal creator deity with emotional investment in his creation, a conceptual position that anticipates, at a considerable distance, certain strands of later Abrahamic thought. As Egyptian history progressed through the New Kingdom and into the Third Intermediate Period, Ra underwent a series of theological mergers that both expanded and complicated his identity. The syncretism of Ra with Amun to form Amun-Ra, which became dominant during the 18th dynasty, approximately 1550 to 1295 BCE, produced a deity described in hymns as the hidden sun, a solar god who was simultaneously the visible light of the sky and the invisible, immanent breath of life within all things. The great hymn to Amun-Ra, preserved in Papyrus Leiden, 1350 from the Ramesside period, describes this merged deity in terms that approach philosophical monotheism. One is Amun, hiding himself from them, concealing himself from the gods, so that his color is unknown. All gods are three: Amun, Ra, and Ptah, and there is no second to them. Hidden is his name as Amun. He is Ra in face, and his body is Ptah. This is a theology of divine unity expressed through Trinitarian language that would not become common in Western religion for another millennium and a half. Shu, the god of air and atmospheric space. Shu is the first child of Atum, generated according to the Heliopolitan creation account from Atum's own substance before any other being existed. His name in ancient Egyptian, Shu, is linguistically connected to the root meaning to be empty or to lift, which captures his essential nature. He is the emptiness between things, the space that makes relationship and distance possible. In a more precise cosmological sense, Shu personified the atmosphere, the column of air that separates the earth from the sky, and through which light travels from the sun to the ground below. Shu is documented from the pyramid texts onward. Spell 222 of that corpus describes him as the one who lifts the sky, and continues to appear throughout the full span of Egyptian religious literature. His iconography is among the most distinctive in the Pantheon. He is almost always shown as a man in a characteristic pose, one knee on the ground, arms raised above his head, supporting the arching body of the sky goddess Nut above him, while the prone figure of Geb, the earth god, lies beneath his feet. This image, Shu as the spatial gap between earth and sky, literally holding the two apart, appears on the interior of coffin lids, on the walls of the tomb of Ramesses VI, in the Valley of the Kings, and in numerous papyrus illustrations of the Book of the Dead. It is one of the most repeated cosmological images in Egyptian art. Shu wore on his head a single ostrich feather, the same feather associated with Ma'at, the principle of cosmic order. This is not coincidental. The connection between Shu and Ma'at runs through Egyptian theological literature in ways that are sometimes explicit and sometimes structural. Both are associated with the proper ordering of space. Both are fundamental preconditions for life, rather than active agents within it. Some texts describe Shu as the eldest child of Ra, rather than of Atum, a variation that reflects the gradual merging of Atum and Ra into a compound solar deity, and that placed Shu directly within the solar genealogy, as the first thing the Sun Creator produced. In Egyptian physics, if we can use that term loosely, the atmosphere was understood as a structured, active medium rather than mere emptiness. Shu was both the substance of that medium and its animating principle. His breath was the wind. His presence was the clarity that made vision possible across distance. Egyptian texts occasionally describe him as the air in which Ra travels, meaning that the solar bark did not move through an indifferent void, but through the body of a divine being whose nature was sympathetic to solar movement. This is not merely poetic. Egyptian cosmology operated on the principle that every physical phenomenon was the expression of a divine identity. The separation between poetry and physics that modern thought takes for granted did not exist as a categorical distinction in pharaonic culture. When an Egyptian text says that Shu is the air, it means precisely that. The air is Shu's body, his materialization in the physical world. Understanding what the air was required, understanding who Shu was. The two questions were not separable. Shu's role in the mechanics of the afterlife is also significant. Several versions of the Book of the Dead describe the deceased needing to pass through Shu, through the atmospheric space, on the journey from Earth to the Field of Reeds. Spell 17 of that text includes a declaration: I am Shu, who carries Nut. The deceased, identifying with Shu, claimed not merely permission to travel, but the structural position that makes travel possible. It is a striking formulation. To die well is to become the air itself. One of Shu's most active mythological roles comes in the tradition of the distant goddess, which we touched on briefly in the previous episode. In several versions of this myth, it is Shu, not Thoth, who is sent to retrieve the wrathful eye of Ra from the desert. His qualifications for this mission are both physical and temperamental. As the god of air and light, he mediates between the burning solar force that the eye represents and the cooler, subtler qualities needed to coax her back. He does not overpower the goddess. He accompanies her, sings to her, gradually softens her ferocity through sustained, gentle presence. This narrative function reveals something important about Shu's character in Egyptian thought. He is not a warrior deity, not a trickster, not a creature of extremes. He is a moderating presence, the space between extremes that prevents them from colliding. In the cosmological image of Shu holding earth and sky apart, we see this same quality. His function is not to be either earth or sky, but to be the distance between them, the medium in which difference can exist without destruction. Tefnut, the goddess of moisture and atmospheric water. Tefnut, written in Egyptian as Tefnut, is the twin of Shu, born at the same moment from the same creative act of Atum. Her name is etymologically connected to the root tef, meaning to spit or to be moist, which directly encodes her nature. She is the moisture in the air, the damp quality of the atmosphere that complements Shu's dry emptiness. Together, They constitute a complete description of the lower atmosphere, the clear, dry airspace of Shu, and the humid, life-sustaining moisture of Tefnut, and their twinship reflects the Egyptian understanding that fundamental forces come in complementary pairs. Tefnut is depicted as a woman with the head of a lioness, wearing a solar disk and uraeus, the rearing cobra of royal power, on her head. The lioness form connects her to the broader category of solar eye goddesses, the fierce feminine divine forces associated with the burning power of the sun. Like Sekhmet, like Hathor in her solar aspect, like Mut, Tefnut belonged to a family of leonine goddesses whose ferocity was understood as the protective expression of solar heat. She was the moisture that the sun evaporated, the dew that formed in the coolness before dawn, the precipitation, rare and precious in Egypt, that fell from the sky. But she was also the force that could withhold all of this, and the consequences of that withdrawal defined one of the central myths of her cult, the myth in which Tefnut is the protagonist, identified as the Eye of Ra who departs into the desert, exists in multiple versions across Egyptian religious literature, with the most complete surviving account in a late-period demotic text known as the Myth of the Sun's Eye, preserved in Papyrus Leiden 1-384 and Papyrus Carlsberg 13 and 14. The text dates to the Roman period, but preserves mythological material that is considerably older, with parallels detectable in New Kingdom temple inscriptions. The myth's structure is consistent across versions. Tefnut, for reasons that vary, anger at Ra, grief, rebellion, the natural completion of a cycle, departs Egypt and travels south into Nubia, taking her moisture with her. Egypt suffers catastrophically in her absence. The land dries, vegetation fails. The Nile, without the distant rains that feed it, weakens. The order of Mart frays. Ra, deprived of his eye, loses some portion of his power and clarity. The gods are disturbed. Something essential is missing from the world. The mission of retrieval falls to Thoth, in the demotic version, or in some traditions to Shu. The intermediary travels to Nubia and finds Tefnut in her fiercer, leonine form, a dangerous, unpredictable animal goddess surrounded by the red desert, burning with solar intensity and not inclined toward return. The retrieval is not accomplished by force. Instead, the intermediary sings, tells stories, performs music, recounts the superiority of Egypt's lush Nile Valley over the barren desert. He flatters, coaxes, and gradually gentles the fierce goddess back towards civilization. The journey home is long and processional. Various Nubian and Egyptian communities perform rites of welcome as the goddess passes through. And when Tefnut finally arrives back in Egypt, the land blooms. The flood returns. The dew falls again. Ma'at is restored. Egyptologists, including Françoise Labrique and John Baines, have identified this myth as operating on multiple levels simultaneously. On the astronomical level, it encodes the dry season and the return of the Nile flood. On the theological level, it dramatizes the dependence of cosmic order on the presence of the Eye of Ra, on the active participation of the divine feminine solar force in the maintenance of the world. On the ritual level, it provided a narrative template for festivals and processions in which goddess statues were transported between temples. Most notably, the annual procession of Hathor from her temple at Dendera to the temple of Horus at Edfu, a 12-day journey upriver, that reenacted the return of the distant goddess each year. Tefnut's cult was particularly strong at Heliopolis, where she was paired with Shu as the first divine couple, and at Leontopolis in the Delta, where she was worshipped specifically in her leonine form. At Leontopolis, a living lioness was maintained in the temple precinct as her sacred animal, a practice documented by the Greek geographer Strabo in the 1st century BCE, though the custom is certainly much older. Geb, the earth god and first king. Geb is the earth, not a deity who governs the earth or dwells within it, but the physical earth itself conceived as a divine being. His name in Egyptian, Geb, has no fully certain etymology, though some scholars have connected it to a root meaning lame or to limp, possibly a reference to the irregular surface of the land. He is the son of Shu and Tefnut, the grandson of Atum, and the father, with his sister wife Nut, of the 5 gods who will define the central drama of Egyptian mythology: Osiris, the elder Horus, Set, Isis, and Nephthys. Geb's iconography is more variable than most major Egyptian deities. He is most commonly depicted as a man lying prone on the ground, his body the land itself, often with his knees raised to represent hills or mountains. His skin color is typically green, the color of growing vegetation, or black, the color of the fertile Nile silt from which crops grew. In some representations, he wears a goose on his head, the goose being his sacred animal, and in others, he wears the red crown or white crown of Egyptian kingship, reflecting his status as the first ruler of the earth in the mythological sequence of divine kings that preceded human pharaohs. In Egyptian cosmological imagery, Geb lies below the arching body of Nut, separated from her by the standing figure of their father, Shu. This arrangement, Geb below, Shu in the middle, Nut above, is the basic structural diagram of the Egyptian universe. It appears on the interior of coffin lids from the Middle Kingdom onward, where the sky goddess Nut is painted on the lid above the deceased, and Geb appears on the floor of the coffin below, enclosing the body of the dead within the complete cosmological diagram. To lie in such a coffin was to be positioned at the center of creation, between earth and sky, between Geb and Nut, in the place where life happened. Geb's political role within Egyptian theology is as significant as his cosmological one. He was understood to be the original king of Egypt, the first ruler of the land, in the age before human governance, when the gods themselves ruled directly. The sequence of divine kingship documented in Egyptian religious texts runs from Ra or Atum, who ruled first, through Shu, through Geb, and then to Osiris, with subsequent rule passing through Set to Horus, at which point the divine succession connects to the historical institution of the pharaonate. Every Egyptian pharaoh was, by this genealogical logic, the heir of Geb, the terrestrial ruler of the land that Geb embodied, exercising authority that descended in an unbroken line from the first act of creation. The title heir of Geb, Ire Pacht in Geb, appears in royal titularies as early as the 4th dynasty and continues through the late period. It was not merely honorific. Egyptian royal theology operated on the principle that the pharaoh's authority was legitimate precisely because it was continuous with divine authority, not analogous to it or inspired by it, but literally descended from it through a traceable chain of succession that began with the gods. Geb was the link between the geological fact of Egypt the black earth of the Nile Valley, and the political institution that organized human life on that earth. An important mythological detail. Gib was also understood as the judge who ultimately adjudicated the dispute between Horus and Set over the kingship of Egypt. In the Contendings of Horus and Set, documented most fully in a New Kingdom literary text known as Papyrus Chester Beatty I, now in the Chester Beatty Library, Dublin, dated to the reign of Ramesses V, approximately 1147 BCE. The divine tribunal debated for 80 years before Geb finally declared in favor of Horus. His authority to make this declaration derived from his position as the original king. He was granting to Horus what had originally been his own. The gift of the kingship of Egypt passed from the earth itself to its human representative. Egyptian texts note, almost in passing, that earthquakes were caused by Geb's laughter. This detail, which appears in several sources including a spell in the coffin texts, is one of the more charming specifics of Egyptian divine characterization. It does not receive elaborate theological treatment. It is mentioned and moved past with the confidence of a detail that everyone already knows. Geb laughs. The earth shakes. The physical phenomenon is explained by the personality of the divine being who embodies the physical substrate. It requires no further elaboration. This kind of mythological precision, the specific mechanism by which a god's personality produces a natural phenomenon, is characteristic of Egyptian theological thought at its most relaxed. The major theological texts are formal, precise, and often abstract. But running through Egyptian religious literature is also this other register. Confident, specific, almost domestic. The gods have habits. They have preferred foods, specific sensitivities, particular forms of humor. Geb laughs. The ground moves. Of course, Nut, the sky goddess. Nut. Egyptian Nut, a word etymologically related to the word for sky, Pet, is the goddess of the heavens, the divine body that constitutes the vault of heaven itself. She is the daughter of Shu and Tefnut, the sister wife of Geb, the mother of Osiris, the elder Horus, Set, Isis, and Nephthys. Her importance in Egyptian religious culture is visible in the sheer frequency and consistency of her representation across 3,000 years of art and text. The canonical image of Nut is one of the most visually distinctive in Egyptian art, a woman whose elongated, often star-covered body arches over the earth in a great curve, her fingertips touching the western horizon, and her toes the eastern, her belly the dome of the sky above. This image appears in an enormous range of contexts: on the ceiling of temples, on the underside of coffin lids, on papyrus illustrations, on the walls of royal and non-royal tombs alike. The tomb of Ramesses VI in the Valley of the Kings, Valley Tomb K59, dated to approximately 1137 BCE, contains particularly elaborate astronomical ceiling paintings of Nut, showing two complete images of her arching body, one for the day sky, one for the night, with the solar disk shown traveling through each in sequence. This double Nut composition is one of the most complete surviving visual representations of Egyptian solar cosmology. Nut's body was understood to be literally populated with stars. The stars were her ornaments, painted on her skin, constituting the night sky that her arching form created. During daylight hours, The stars were inside her. She had swallowed them at dawn and would release them again at dusk. This same mechanism applied to the sun. Ra was swallowed by Nut each evening at the western horizon and travelled through her body during the night, to be reborn from her at the eastern horizon at dawn. Nut was simultaneously womb and tomb, container and releaser, the divine body through which the sun passed on its nightly journey. Nut's role in Egyptian funerary theology is fundamental and extensively documented. From the Middle Kingdom period, approximately 2055 to 1650 BCE onward, the interior lids of wooden coffins were regularly painted with the image of Nut in her arching, star-covered form. The theological logic was precise. The deceased, lying in the coffin, was placed within Nut's embrace, inside her divine body, in the same position as Ra on his nightly journey, gestating toward rebirth. The coffin was not merely a container for the body, it was a cosmological device, a microcosm of the universe, structured to facilitate the transformation of the dead person into a justified, resurrected being. Spell 59 of the Book of the Dead includes the declaration, "O Nut, spread yourself over me, that I may be placed among the imperishable stars which are in you, and that I may not die." This is not metaphor in the modern literary sense. It is a ritual speech act, a declaration intended to effect a real cosmological positioning of the deceased relative to the goddess. The imperishable stars referred to, the Ikamusek, the circumpolar stars that never set, were understood as the blessed dead who had successfully completed the transition to divine existence. To be placed among them was to achieve immortality in the most literal Egyptian sense, to become a star in Nut's body, eternally traversing the sky with the other glorified dead. A remarkable text known as the Book of Nut, more formally, the Fundamentals of the Course of the Stars, survives in several copies, the most complete being from the cenotaph of Seti I at Abydos, dated to approximately 1294 BCE, and from the tomb of Ramesses IV, Kfi II. It is a systematic astronomical and mythological treatise describing the movements of stars through Nut's body, their periods of visibility and invisibility, and the theological significance of the various stellar groups. Egyptologist Alexandra von Leven, whose 2007 critical edition of this text is the standard modern treatment, has identified it as one of the most detailed surviving documents of Egyptian mathematical astronomy integrated with theological narrative. A genuinely technical, astronomical text that simultaneously functions as a religious statement about the nature of the sky goddess. The myth of the separation of Nut and Geb, the event by which the world acquired its present structure, is documented in the pyramid texts and elaborated in later sources. The account is cosmogonically fundamental. Before Shu intervened, Nut and Geb were locked together in an undifferentiated embrace, earth and sky pressed against each other with no space between. In this condition, no line was possible. There was no room for anything to exist between the two divine bodies. Ra commanded Shu to separate them, and Shu accomplished this by inserting himself into the space between Geb and Nut, lifting the sky goddess up and holding her at the height she occupies today. Nut, held above the earth, wept. Geb, lying below, could not reach her. This separation was simultaneously the precondition of the world's existence and a permanent, cosmological grief. the original form of longing built into the structure of reality itself. Egyptian religious texts do not present this as a tragedy to be resolved. It is simply the condition of things. The world exists because Nut and Geb are separated. To restore their union would be to end the world. Shu stands between them forever, and this is correct. The myth also contains a politically encoded dimension that Egyptologists including John Baines and Yaramir Malek have noted. The separation of sky and earth and the establishment of the atmospheric space between them mirrors the Egyptian understanding of the separation of order from chaos, of Kemet, the Black Land, Egypt, from Dishret, the Red Land, the desert. The ordered inhabited world is precisely the space that exists between extremes, between the sky above and the underworld below, between the desert on either side of the valley. Shu's act of separation is, in this reading, the original act of political ordering, the creation of the habitable middle ground. The birth of Nut's 5 children requires a separate explanation, because the circumstances of those births are themselves an important mythological event with specific astronomical content. Ra, according to the Heliopolitan tradition, decreed that Nut could not give birth on any day of the year. The reasons for this prohibition vary across sources. Some accounts suggest Ra was angered by Nut's relationship with Geb, others that he foresaw the children as a threat to his power. Whatever the cause, the decree was specific. The 360 days of the Egyptian civil calendar were all forbidden to Nut. The solution was provided by Thoth, through a stratagem involving the moon. The original Egyptian civil calendar consisted of 12 months of 30 days each, 360 days, which did not align with the actual solar year of approximately 365¼ days. This discrepancy was known to Egyptian astronomers and was a source of ongoing calendrical concern. In mythological terms, the 5 extra days needed to align the calendar with the solar year were won by Thoth in a gambling contest with the moon god Khonsu, or in some versions with the moon itself, in a game of Senet, or a similar board game. Thoth won a fraction of the moon's light on each game, accumulating enough to add 5 complete days to the year. These 5 days, the epagomenal days, from the Greek epagomene, those that are added on, fell outside the official calendar. They belonged to no month. They were, in a legal theological sense, outside the year entirely, and therefore outside Ra's prohibition. On each of the 5 epagomenal days, one of Nut's children was born. The sequence of births, as recorded in the mythological tradition, was Osiris on the first day, Heru Wer, the elder Horus, on the second, Set on the third, Isis on the fourth, and Nephthys on the fifth. This narrative elegantly encodes an astronomical reality. The discrepancy between the Egyptian civil year and the solar year was not a small theological embarrassment. It was a significant practical problem for agricultural planning and ritual scheduling. The myth of Thoth's wager and the epagomenal days provides both an explanation for why 5 extra days exist and a ritual significance for those days. Each was the birthday of a major deity. Each had its own observances and associated fortune-telling traditions. The calendars of lucky and unlucky days, preserved in papyri, including the Cairo calendar. Papyrus Cairo 86,637, dating to the Ramesside period, specify in detail the ritual behavior appropriate to each of the 365 days of the year, and the epagomenal days receive particularly detailed treatment. Thoth, the scribe of the gods. Thoth, Egyptian Jehuti, a name of uncertain etymology, possibly derived from a word for the ibis bird, is among the oldest attested deities in the Egyptian pantheon, with evidence of his cult reaching back to the pre-dynastic period. His primary cult center was Khnum, the city the Greeks called Hermopolis Magna, the same city whose cosmological tradition gave us the Ogdoad, and the Greeks identified him with their own Hermes, their messenger god and divine trickster, producing the composite name Hermes Trismegistus, Hermes the thrice greatest, under which a large body of late antique philosophical and magical literature would be composed. This Greek identification was influential enough that the city itself was renamed. Hermopolis means the city of Hermes. Thoth's iconographic forms are two: the ibis, or the man with the head of an ibis, and the baboon, or the man with the head of a baboon. Both animals carried specific associations in Egyptian thought. The ibis, particularly the sacred ibis, Threski ornis ethiopicus, which was common in Egypt until relatively recently, was observed wading in the shallows of the Nile, patient and precise, stabbing at fish with its long curved beak with a kind of methodical accuracy that the Egyptians associated with the careful, deliberate nature of scribal work. The baboon, specifically the Hamadryas baboon, was observed vocalizing at dawn, appearing to greet the rising sun with its loud calls, which associated it with solar worship and with the transitions between night and day. Thoth, in baboon form, was specifically associated with the moon and with lunar timekeeping. The moon connection is important. In Egyptian cosmology, the moon, Ea, or later Khonsu, was the divine body that Thoth governed and regulated. The phases of the moon were Thoth's domain, and since the Egyptian religious calendar was lunisolar, with lunar months governing the timing of festivals even within the civil solar calendar, this gave Thoth practical authority over a significant portion of religious time. His role in winning the 5 epagomenal days from the moon god in a gambling contest is therefore a story about jurisdiction. Thoth, the administrator of the moon, outmaneuvering the moon's own divine representative to win extra time for Nut's children. Thoth's most pervasive function across all periods of Egyptian religious history is as divine scribe, the god who writes, records, and preserves. In Egyptian culture, where literacy was a specialized skill held by a relatively small percentage of the population, the scribe occupied a position of considerable social prestige and practical power. Administrative texts, medical documents, religious literature, legal records, all passed through scribal hands. The fact that this entire category of human activity had a divine patron, and that the patron was one of the most intellectually distinguished figures in the Pantheon, reflects the genuine importance the Egyptians attached to the written word. Thoth is described in religious texts as the inventor of hieroglyphs, the Egyptian writing system, which the Egyptians themselves called Medu Necha, the words of the god. This was not merely a pious origin story. Egyptian theological thought held that hieroglyphs were not an arbitrary human convention, but a divinely created system in which the written sign participated in the nature of the thing it represented. A correctly written hieroglyph of a snake was in some sense a snake, which is why tomb painters sometimes depicted potentially dangerous hieroglyphs: snakes, lions, scorpions. with their bodies cut in half, to prevent them from becoming active in the tomb space. This semi-magical status of the written sign made Thoth's role as its creator theologically significant. He had not merely invented a useful notation system, but had established the means by which the divine nature of things could be captured and held in material form. In the Hall of Two Truths, the Judgment Hall of the Dead, Thoth stands with his palette and scribal equipment ready, recording the result of the weighing of the heart. His presence at this ceremony is not ceremonial, but functional. Without Thoth's record, the verdict has no permanence, no legal force. He is the guarantor of the procedure's integrity, the notary of the cosmic court. This role as record keeper and witness extends throughout Egyptian mythology. Thoth is present at major divine events, not as a protagonist, but as the reliable recorder of what occurred. He is the institutional memory of the divine order. Thoth was also the master of Heka, the Egyptian concept of magic, which was understood as a fundamental creative force co-eternal with the gods rather than a later human invention. Heka was the power by which the creator deity had spoken the world into being. It was the latent power within correctly spoken or written words to affect physical reality. Thoth, as the god of language and writing, was naturally the deity most expert in this force. He was described in some texts as the heart of Ra, meaning the mind or wisdom of the solar creator, and in others, as the divine power that gave Ra's creative words their efficacy. The so-called magical papyri, a large corpus of Greek, Demotic, and Coptic magical texts from Roman Egypt, collected by scholars under the title Papyri Graecae Magicae, frequently invoke Thoth under his Greek name Hermes, or his full syncretic title Hermes Trismegistus, and attribute to him the authorship of numerous spells, healing formulae, and ritual procedures. This attribution reflects a tradition already well established in the Pharaonic period. Medical and magical texts were often framed as things that Thoth had composed, or that had been found in Thoth's own library, lending them divine authority. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, held at the New York Academy of Medicine, dated to approximately 1600 BCE, but containing material substantially older, and the Ebers Papyrus, Leipzig University Library, approximately 1550 BCE, two of the most important surviving Egyptian medical texts, both open with invocations and narrative framings that place their contents within a tradition of divine knowledge, traceable to the gods. Thoth, as the scribe of the divine, is implicitly present in this framing. The physician who used these texts was understood as a practitioner of Heka, as much as of physical medicine, and the two were not clearly distinguished. Thoth appears repeatedly in the narrative of the divine dispute between Horus and Set, in a characteristically mediating and procedural role. In Papyrus, Chester Beatty 1, which contains the most extensive literary version of this story, Thoth is frequently the voice of reason in the divine tribunal, the deity who argues for the correct legal principles when other gods are swayed by politics or personal preference. At one point in the narrative, when Ra has withdrawn from the proceedings in irritation, it is Thoth who sends the letter that eventually recalls Neith, the ancient war goddess, to provide an outside opinion. He is the facilitator, the drafter of correspondence, the keeper of procedural order. In one particularly significant episode, Thoth transforms the semen of Set, which Set had attempted to use to establish dominance over Horus, into a golden disc, which he then places on his own head. This act, bizarre in isolation, makes theological sense within Egyptian symbolic logic. The solar disk, transferred to Thoth's head, identifies him momentarily with the solar principle, and simultaneously neutralizes Set's attempted dominance by redirecting its power into a cosmologically appropriate form. Thoth absorbs what could have been a disruption and transforms it into a symbol of order. This is, in miniature, what he always does. The 5 children of Nut. Introduction to the Ennead. The 5 gods born during the 5 epigomenal days constitute the 3rd generation of the Heliopolitan Ennead, the divine council of 9 that formed the theological backbone of Heliopolitan religious thought. Together with Atum, Shu, Tefnut, Geb, and Nut, they complete the 9. Atum, Shu, Tefnut, Geb, Nut, Osiris, the elder Horus, Set, Isis, Nephthys. These 9 deities were understood as the essential structure of divinity, the minimal set from which all other divine activity derived. The term Ennead, Pesjet in Egyptian, literally the 9, appears in religious texts from the Old Kingdom onward, and continues as a theological category through the Ptolemaic period. Each of the 5 children represents a distinct theological domain and their interrelationships: the love of Osiris and Isis, the antagonism of Osiris and Set, the mediating function of Nephthys, the contested kingship that will produce Horus, form the central narrative of Egyptian mythology. We will introduce each briefly here, reserving the full account of their stories for the episodes that follow. Osiris, the first king and lord of the dead. Osiris, Egyptian Usia, a name whose etymology remains debated among Egyptologists, with proposals ranging from seat of the eye to the powerful one, was the first of Nut's children to be born on the first epigomenal day, and was understood from the outset as the heir of the divine kingship. He was the god of fertility, of agricultural abundance, of the Nile flood that brought life to the Black Earth, and, after the events of his mythological biography, of death and resurrection, of the afterlife, of the judgment of souls. Osiris was depicted in a form that was immediately recognizable and remarkably consistent across 3,000 years. A mummified man, tightly wrapped in white linen bandages, wearing the Atef crown, a white crown flanked by 2 ostrich feathers, with sometimes additional ram's horns. His skin green or black, his hands emerging from the wrappings to hold the crook and flail, the Heka and Nekaka, which were the symbols of Egyptian kingship. Every element of this iconography is theologically loaded. The mummy wrappings refer to his death and embalming, the green or black skin to fertility and the Nile silt, the crook and flail to authority and the management of both people and grain. The Osiris myth, his murder by Set, the search of Isis, his resurrection, and the posthumous birth of Horus, is the subject of episode 3 of this series, where it will be treated in full detail. Here it is sufficient to note that Osiris's significance in Egyptian religious life was immense. He was the prototype of the resurrected dead, the model for what every deceased Egyptian hoped to become. The formula, the Osiris so-and-so, attached to the name of any deceased person in funerary texts, reflects this identification. Death was understood as becoming Osiris, and resurrection as repeating what Osiris had undergone. Heru were. the Elder, Horus. Heru were Horus the Elder, or Horus the Great, was the second child of Nut. Born on the second epagomenal day, he is a sky deity of considerable antiquity, predating in some respects the fully developed Assyrian mythology, and must be distinguished from the later, more famous Horus, who is the son of Osiris and Isis. Egyptologists use the designations Horus the Elder and Horus the Younger to maintain this distinction, though Egyptian religious texts were not always careful about it, and the two figures gradually merged in theological practice. Heru-Ware's identification is with the sky itself. His eyes were the sun and moon, his right eye the solar disk, his left eye the lunar disk, and his speckled chest was the vault of heaven populated with stars. The equation of the sky, with a great hovering falcon, whose eyes were the two great luminaries, is one of the oldest Egyptian cosmological images, attested from the earliest written records and surviving in various forms throughout the pharaonic period. The Horus falcon, the Lanna falcon or peregrine falcon, Falco biarmicus or Falco peregrinus, both species native to Egypt, was the royal bird, and the image of the falcon hovering over the pharaoh with wings outstretched was one of the standard images of divine protection in royal iconography. As a member of the Ennead, Heru-Ware represents the sky's claim on the divine family, the celestial dimension of a generation that will also include the earth, through Geb's authority transferred to Osiris, and the underworld, through Osiris's eventual rulership of the Duat. He is the sky aspect of a theologically complete family that spans the full vertical structure of the Egyptian cosmos. Set, the god of chaos, desert, and storm Set. Egyptian Sutek, sometimes written Seth, was the third child of Nut, born on the third epagomenal day. His birth was, according to some accounts, violent and premature. He tore his way out of his mother's womb rather than waiting to be delivered, which the Egyptians apparently considered diagnostic of his future character. He was the god of storms, of the desert, of foreign lands, of chaos and disruption, and, in the central drama of the Osirian cycle, of the violence that breaks apart the divine order. Set's iconography centers on what Egyptologists call the Set animal, a creature with a long curved snout, squared-off ears, and a stiff forked tail, depicted in profile in the characteristic Egyptian style. Despite extensive zoological and archaeological analysis, no consensus has been reached on whether this animal represents any real species. Candidates proposed over the years include the aardvark, the fennec fox, the saluki dog, the okapi, and various others, but none is entirely convincing. The most likely explanation is that the Set animal is a composite or intentionally non-naturalistic creature, a divine form that resists identification with any real animal precisely because Set represents what is alien, unfamiliar, and foreign. His form is unrecognizable because his nature is the unrecognizable. Set's association with foreign lands, specifically with the desert regions to the east and west of the Nile Valley, and with the peoples who inhabited them, gave him a consistently ambivalent position in Egyptian theology. He was feared and mistrusted as the force of chaos and disorder, but he was also worshipped as a protective deity capable of ferocity in defense of Egypt. His role on the solar bark, standing at the prow and battling Apep, was genuinely essential. Without Set's violent power, the sun could not complete its nightly journey. Chaos required chaos to defeat it, and Set's disorder was the only force capable of subduing the absolute disorder of Apep. Several Egyptian pharaohs bore names incorporating Set's name. Seti I and Seti II of the 19th dynasty, whose very name, Seti means man of Set, demonstrates that royal identification with this deity was not only possible but prestigious in certain periods. The Ramesside pharaohs, beginning with Ramesses I and continuing through Ramesses II and his successors, governed from a capital in the eastern delta, Set's home territory, and had a particular affinity for his cult. During this period, Set was rehabilitated from his role as villain of the Osirian cycle and presented as a powerful royal patron. The tension between these two aspects of Set, murderer of Osiris, champion of Ra, was never fully resolved in Egyptian theology and may not have been intended to be. Isis, the great of magic. Isis, Egyptian Arset or Iset, a name most commonly interpreted as meaning throne, was the fourth child of Nut, born on the fourth epigomenal day, and became one of the most widely worshipped deities in Egyptian and later Mediterranean religious history. Her Greek and Roman cult spread across the entire ancient world. Isis temples have been archaeologically identified in locations ranging from Afghanistan to Britain, and the latest securely dated pagan inscription in the Roman Empire, carved on the island of Philae in Egypt in 394 CE, is an inscription to Isis. Her cult survived the Christianization of the Roman Empire longer than virtually any other ancient religion. Isis's name, connected to the hieroglyph for throne, encodes her essential political theological function. She is the divine seat of power, the feminine principle that makes kingship possible and legitimate. The pharaoh who sat on the throne was, in symbolic terms, sitting in Isis's lap, being supported and authorized by the goddess of kingship herself. This is why Isis's crown often consists of a throne hieroglyph on her head in early representations, later supplemented by or replaced with the solar disk and cow horns borrowed from Hathor. Isis's defining characteristics, as they emerge across the mythological literature, are intelligence, magical skill, and absolute devotion to those she loves. She is described in texts including the Great Hymn to Osiris, Stele of Ahmenmose, Louvre c. 286, dated to the 18th dynasty, as more clever than a million gods, as excellent of tongue, never failing of speech, as effective of command. These are the qualities of a divine administrator and strategist, not merely a grieving wife. When Osiris is killed, it is Isis who devises the plan to resurrect him. When Horus is threatened, it is Isis who hides and protects him. When Set attempts to claim the throne permanently, it is Isis's legal maneuvering within the divine tribunal that repeatedly undermines his position. Isis was the goddess of magic, Heka, in its specifically protective and healing application. She was invoked in medical texts for the healing of snakebite, based on the myth of Ra's snakebite, in which she healed the solar god. For the protection of children, based on her protection of the infant Horus in the marshes, and for the preservation of the dead, based on her role in the embalming of Osiris. Her magic was distinguished from that of Thoth by its emotional quality, where Thoth's magic was intellectual, procedural, and administrative. Isis's magic was driven by love, grief, and maternal ferocity. Both were described as extremely powerful, their power derived from different sources. Nephthys, the Lady of the House. Nephthys, Egyptian Nebet Het, meaning Lady of the House, or Mistress of the Enclosure, was the fifth and last of Nut's children, born on the fifth epagomenal day. She was the wife of Set and the sister of Osiris and Isis, and her mythological position is in many ways defined by these relationships. She is the insider who crosses to the other side, the wife of the destroyer, who allies herself with the destroyed. Nephthys's iconography is closely parallel to that of Isis, with the distinguishing mark being the hieroglyphs for lady and house that she wears on her head in place of Isis's throne symbol. The two goddesses appear together so frequently in Egyptian funerary art, facing each other at the head and foot of the sarcophagus, flanking the canopic chest that held the preserved organs, standing on either side of the scales in judgment scenes, that they form a visual pair, a complementary duality. Isis is the presence. Nephthys is the absence. Isis is life. Nephthys is the threshold of death. Both are required. Nephthys's specific domain was the liminal, the space between states, the moment of transition. She was present at death, guarding the threshold. She was associated with the dusk, as Isis was associated with the dawn, with the waning of things, with the hidden and the soon-to-be revealed. Egyptian funerary texts describe her as she who is behind. The presence at the back of the head, the deity positioned at the foot of the coffin, looking toward the head where Isis stands. The spatial arrangement encodes her theological function. Nephthys is always behind you, never quite visible, present at the moment of transition. Her role in the resurrection of Osiris, helping Isis search for the body, helping perform the embalming rite, helping with the spells that restored some form of life to the dead god, places her among the foundational figures of Egyptian mortuary religion. The fact that she was Set's wife did not prevent her from working against Set's interests when she judged Set to be wrong. In Egyptian theological terms, this is not hypocrisy, but a demonstration of Maat's priority. Cosmic order ranked above personal loyalty, and Nephthys chose correctly. The problem of the Osiris myth in Egyptian texts. Before we enter the narrative itself, it is worth pausing on a methodological point that surprises many people encountering Egyptian mythology for the first time. The Egyptians never wrote the Osiris myth as a single continuous narrative. There is no Egyptian text that tells the story of Osiris from beginning to end in the way that, for example, the Babylonian Enuma Elish tells the story of Marduk, or the way Homer's epics recount the Trojan War. Instead, the Osirian mythology exists in Egyptian sources as a vast distributed archive, thousands of allusions, ritual specifications, hymns, spell texts, and iconographic representations, scattered across an enormous range of documents and monuments spanning more than 3,000 years. The most complete single narrative account of the Osiris myth that survives from antiquity is not Egyptian at all. It is Plutarch's Deicidae et Osiridae on Isis and Osiris, written in Greek in approximately 120 CE during the reign of the Emperor Hadrian. Plutarch was a Greek philosopher and priest of Apollo at Delphi, deeply interested in Egyptian religion, who compiled the narrative from a combination of Egyptian priestly informants, earlier Greek accounts, and his own philosophical interpretation. Deity et Osiride is an invaluable document, but it must be used carefully. Plutarch writes from a Platonic philosophical perspective, rationalizes and moralizes the myth in ways that reflect his own cultural context, and almost certainly omits or modifies details that conflicted with his interpretive framework. The Egyptian sources themselves are fragmentary, but extensive. The pyramid texts, the Old Kingdom corpus inscribed in royal tombs from approximately 2375 BCE, contain hundreds of allusions to Osirian mythology, mostly in the context of spells intended to identify the deceased pharaoh with Osiris, and thereby guarantee his resurrection. The coffin, texts of the Middle Kingdom, approximately 2055 to 1650 BCE, expand this material and make it available to non-royal individuals. The Book of the Dead, which is less a single book than a fluid collection of spells that scribes assembled to individual commission, with the oldest components dating to the New Kingdom around 1550 BCE, contains numerous passages that presuppose and reference the Osirian narrative. The Great Hymn to Osiris, preserved most completely on the stele of Ahmenmose, Louvre c. 286, 18th dynasty, approximately 1350 BCE, provides the closest thing the Egyptian tradition offers to a continuous narrative summary of the myth in approximately 30 lines of hieroglyphic text. Egyptologists including Jan Assmann, John Gwynne Griffiths, and Mark Smith have devoted substantial scholarly effort to reconstructing the core narrative from these distributed sources, cross-referencing Egyptian texts with Plutarch and with later Greco-Roman accounts. The version that follows draws on this scholarship, where significant variations exist between sources. They will be noted. Osiris, as civilizing, King Egyptian religious tradition holds that before human pharaohs governed Egypt, the land was ruled directly by the gods, a period known as the Zep Tepi, the first time, or first occasion. This concept, documented across a wide range of Egyptian religious texts from the pyramid texts onward, understood the mythological age of divine rule as the originary moment from which all subsequent order derived its legitimacy. The Zep Tepi was not simply the distant past. It was the normative template, the condition that ritual and political action aimed perpetually to recreate and maintain. Within this primordial age of divine governance, Osiris occupied the position of the first properly constituted human-style king, the first ruler who governed not merely through divine power, but through law, through teaching, through the organized management of agriculture and civilization. The pyramid texts describe him as the first of the Westerners, a phrase that would eventually become one of his standard epithets, linking him to the West, the direction of sunset, and therefore of death, and establishing his primacy among the dead. But in his living reign, he was the king of the living, the lord of the fertile black land. The Great Hymn to Osiris, on the stele of Ahmenmose, describes his reign in terms that are specific and practical as well as theological. He taught the Egyptians agriculture, instructed them in the proper use of the Nile's inundation cycle, established the legal and moral codes by which human communities should govern themselves, and spread civilization to other lands through peaceful instruction rather than conquest. This characterization of Osiris as a culture hero, a deity who gives humanity its essential civilizational technologies, is consistent across multiple sources and distinguishes him from gods who merely hold power. Osiris was a king who worked. The grain that grew from the black earth was his body made manifest. The flood that delivered that earth was his gift, renewed each year. Isis ruled beside him as queen, the divine consort whose own authority derived from the throne hieroglyph that constituted her name. Egyptian queenship in the historical period mirrored this divine model. The great royal wives of the pharaohs were identified with Isis, their husbands with Osiris in death, or with Horus in life, and the heir who would succeed was identified with the child Horus. The mythological family was the template for the human royal family, and the rituals of the court, the investiture of the pharaoh, the great religious festivals, the protocols of succession, all referenced and reenacted the divine original. Set's position under Osiris. Set, the third child of Nut, occupied a subordinate position under Osiris's reign, a situation the sources indicate he found intolerable. The nature of Set's grievance varies across traditions. Some texts emphasize jealousy of Osiris's power and popularity. Others suggest that Set felt his own qualities, ferocity, strength, the capacity for violence, were being suppressed or undervalued in the orderly, agriculturally focused kingdom of his brother. In the language of Egyptian theological categories, Set was Isfet in its active, personalized form. Not chaos as mere absence of order, but chaos as a positive force that found the constraints of Ma'at intolerable. It is worth noting that Set was not universally cast as a villain in Egyptian religious culture. As discussed in episode 2, he had genuine cult worship, royal devotees, and an essential cosmic function on the solar bark. His role in the Osirian myth as murderer and usurper represents one aspect of a more complex theological figure, the necessary disruptor whose violence, while destructive in one context, is the same force that protects the solar order in another. The Egyptians were comfortable holding both characterizations simultaneously. Set is the enemy of Osiris and the champion of Ra. Both things are true. Both things are required. The murder of Osiris is described with varying degrees of specificity across Egyptian and Greco-Roman sources. The most detailed single account is again Plutarch's De Isidae et Osiridae, which describes Set constructing an elaborately decorated chest, a coffin of cedar wood, inlaid with gold and precious stones, crafted to the exact measurements of Osiris's body, and presenting it as a gift at a feast. The guests were invited to try the chest for fit, and whoever matched it perfectly would receive it. One by one they lay in it, and found it too large or too small. When Osiris entered and lay down, 72 conspirators, allies of Set, whom Plutarch names as co-conspirators, rushed forward, slammed the lid shut, sealed it with lead, and threw it into the Nile. The Egyptian sources do not preserve this particular narrative detail with the same clarity, but the general fact of Osiris's violent death at Set's hands is attested from the earliest layers of religious literature. Pyramid text spell 532 refers to Set having thrown Osiris on his side on the bank of Neith, a place name associated in some traditions with the site of the murder. The coffin texts expand on this, with multiple spells referring to Osiris being felled by Set, being laid on his side, and being prevented from breathing. The image is one of sudden, physical violence, a throwing down, a pinning, a suffocation, consistent with either drowning in a sealed chest or direct assault. The number 72 conspirators in Plutarch's account is not arbitrary. 72 is a significant number in Egyptian astronomical thought. It is the number of days required for a star to become invisible after its heliacal setting, its last appearance before the sun overtakes it in the sky, and also the approximate number of years required for the precession of the equinoxes to shift the celestial pole by 1 degree. Some scholars, including the Egyptologist Eric Hornung, have suggested that the 72 conspirators encode an astronomical myth, the forces of darkness that annually extinguish the stars. Though this interpretation is not universally accepted, the location into which the sealed coffin was thrown was the Nile, and it drifted north through the delta and out into the Mediterranean, eventually washing up on the coast of Byblos, the Phoenician city in what is now Lebanon, where a great tree, described variously as a tamarisk or an erica shrub, grew rapidly around the chest and enclosed it within its trunk. The king of Byblos, admiring the exceptional size and fragrance of the tree, had it cut down and fashioned into a pillar for his palace. Osiris was inside the pillar, in the chest, in the palace of a foreign king, hidden, contained, and dead. The death of Osiris posed a theological problem of the first order. Egyptian theology generally understood the gods as immortal, as beings whose existence was not subject to the processes of birth, aging, and dissolution that governed human life. The death of a god was not supposed to happen. It disrupted the fundamental assumption on which the divine order rested. And yet Osiris died, not metaphorically, not temporarily, but actually, physically, irreversibly died. Set killed him. The body was sealed in a chest and submerged in the river. The Egyptian theological response to this problem was not to deny it, but to transform it into something generative. The death of Osiris became the founding event of Egyptian afterlife theology, because Osiris died, and because what followed his death demonstrated that death was not annihilation. Every subsequent death became meaningful in a new way. Every human being who died had a model, a precedent, a template for what their death could mean and what it could become. The death of Osiris did not weaken Egyptian religion. It became its central organizing narrative. The concept of dying and rising deities appears in multiple ancient Near Eastern and Mediterranean religious traditions. The Babylonian Tammuz, the Canaanite Baal, the Greek Adonis, and scholars including James George Fraser, and more recently Bruce Lincoln, have examined the structural similarities between these traditions. The Egyptian case is among the earliest and most thoroughly documented, and it is notable for the degree to which the resurrection is framed not as a divine triumph over death, but as a careful, difficult, technically demanding process accomplished through love, skill, and the proper performance of ritual. Osiris does not simply return to life through divine power. He is brought back through the sustained effort of Isis and the precise execution of mortuary rites, which is to say, through exactly the same processes that the Egyptians applied to their own dead. When Osiris was murdered, Isis was not present. She learned of his death, in Plutarch's account, from the spirit of the tree at Byblos. In Egyptian sources, through the cessation of the divine presence that had animated the world around her, and her response was immediate and consuming. Egyptian texts describe Isis in mourning with remarkable specificity. She cut off a lock of her hair, put on the garments of mourning, and set out to search. The great hymn to Osiris describes her as going through every land in her grief, not resting until she had found him. Isis's grief in the Egyptian tradition is not passive. It is an active, operative force, a form of magical power in its own right. Egyptian lament traditions, documented in texts including the Lamentations of Isis and Nephthys, preserved in Papyrus Bremner Rind, British Museum EA10188, dated to approximately 310 BCE, present the mourning of Isis and Nephthys as a ritual performance that actively called Osiris back to consciousness. The words of the grieving goddesses were understood as having creative force. They named Osiris. They described his qualities. They insisted on his continued existence. And in doing so, they participated in restoring it. The lament was a spell. Grief was Heka. The search for Osiris took Isis across Egypt and eventually to Byblos, where, in Plutarch's version, she arrived disguised as an ordinary woman, was taken into service by the queen as a nurse for the royal infant, and gradually revealed herself. The Byblos episode does not appear in Egyptian sources in this form, and may represent Plutarch's synthesis of the Egyptian myth, with Phoenician traditions about Astarte and Adonis, or with local Biblian myths about the goddess and the sacred tree. What is consistent across sources is the fact of Isis's search in foreign lands, her willingness to cross beyond Egypt's borders, to move through the world of foreigners and the world of the dead, in pursuit of what she had lost. Having found the body and brought it back to Egypt, Isis concealed it in the marshes of the Nile Delta, the papyrus swamps of the region the Egyptians called Chemis, in the far north of the country, where the dense reed beds and shallow waterways made pursuit difficult. Here she performed preliminary resurrection rites over the body. In the version of the myth most consistent across Egyptian sources, conceived the child Horus through a union with the dead Osiris. This event is represented iconographically with considerable frequency in Egyptian funerary art. The kite, a type of bird of prey, hovering over the prone mummiform figure of Osiris, the bird identified as Isis in her transformation form, the act of conception framed as a moment of miraculous threshold crossing between the states of death and life. But Set was not finished. He discovered the hidden body. The sources vary on how. Some suggest he was hunting in the marshes by moonlight. Some that he learned of its location through informants. And in his second act of violence, he dismembered Osiris, cutting the body into 14 pieces. Plutarch gives the number as 14. Some Egyptian sources suggest 42, corresponding to the 42 nomes of Egypt, and scattering them across the land. One piece, the phallus, according to Plutarch, was thrown into the Nile and eaten by 3 fish: the Oxyrhynchus, the Phagrus, and the Lepidotus. These 3 fish species were consequently forbidden as food in various regions of Egypt that maintained taboos associated with the Osirian cult, a detail documented by the Greek geographer Strabo and consistent with locally attested ritual prohibitions in Egyptian administrative texts. The dismemberment of Osiris, his body scattered across the entire extent of Egypt, had a specific theological consequence. Each location where a piece was buried or recovered became a sacred site associated with Osirian cult. Egyptian religious geography mapped the myth onto the physical landscape. Abydos, in Upper Egypt was identified as the burial place of the head, or, in some traditions, the entire body. Philae in the far south was associated with his leg, Heracleopolis with his thigh, the delta city of Busiris with his backbone, the Djed pillar, one of the most important amulets in Egyptian religious material culture. This geographical distribution of Osiris's body parts transformed all of Egypt into a sacred landscape, a holy land in the most literal sense. The god's body was the country itself. The second search for the 14 scattered pieces of the dismembered body was more systematic than the first. Isis was joined by her sister Nephthys, and together they traveled Egypt from one end to the other, performing rites at each location where a piece was recovered, gradually reassembling the divine body. The image of the two sisters searching, one on each side of the land, working toward each other, gathering what Set had scattered, became one of the most enduring visual motifs in Egyptian funerary art, appearing on coffin sides, on canopic chests, on the walls of tombs, on amulets and stelae from every period of Egyptian history. Anubis, the jackal-headed god whose specific domain was the process of embalming and the preparation of the dead for burial, joined the effort. In the mythological genealogy of the later tradition, Anubis was the son of Osiris and Nephthys, born from a union that occurred when Nephthys disguised herself as Isis. He was therefore Osiris's own son, and his assistance in restoring his father's body had both familial and professional dimensions. Anubis performed the first embalming, the wrapping of Osiris's assembled body in linen, the application of resins and oils, the recitation of the spells that would preserve the physical form through which Osiris's spiritual components could remain coherently organized. This mythological event, the first embalming performed by Anubis on the body of Osiris, was the divine prototype for all subsequent Egyptian mortuary practice. Every embalmer who practiced in Egypt was understood as repeating what Anubis had done first. The head embalmer at Egyptian funerary establishments customarily wore a jackal-headed mask during the most sacred portions of the embalming process, literally becoming Anubis for the duration of the ritual. The deceased became, for ritual purposes, Osiris. The family of the deceased became Isis and Nephthys. The entire apparatus of Egyptian mortuary practice was a continuous reenactment of the mythological original. The physical procedures of Egyptian embalming, natron salt desiccation, organ removal into canopic jars, linen wrapping, application of resins, are documented in detail in multiple sources, including the work of the Greek historian Herodotus, and more recently through scientific analysis of mummified remains using techniques including computed tomography, gas chromatography, and mass spectrometry. The biochemistry of Egyptian embalming resins has been studied in detail by researchers including Jana Jones and Stephen Buckley, whose 2014 analysis of prehistoric burial wrappings from Mostagedda demonstrated that the chemical signature of the embalming tradition was established in the pre-dynastic period, before the formal development of the Osirian theological framework that would eventually explain and authorize these practices. The ritual came first. The myth grew around it, or grew alongside it, providing the theological narrative that gave the technical procedure its sacred meaning. The resurrection of Osiris is one of the most carefully nuanced concepts in Egyptian theology, and it is important to understand what it was and what it was not. Osiris was not simply brought back to life in the sense of resuming his previous existence. Eating, ruling, walking, engaging with the living world. What was restored was something more specific and more limited. A sufficient degree of divine vitality to allow his spiritual components, the Ba, the Ka, the Aa, to remain coherently organized, and specifically to allow him to father a child with Isis before returning to the state of death. After this, Osiris descended permanently to the Duat, the Egyptian underworld, and became its ruler, the king of the dead rather than the king of the living. He did not return to the throne of Egypt. He became something new, the first being to have died and been restored to a form of existence beyond death, the prototype of every justified dead person who would follow him. The Egyptian theological vocabulary for the components of the human person, the Ba, Ka, Hak, Ren, Shut, and Ebi, is relevant here and worth examining briefly. The Ka was the vital force or double generated at birth that animated the body and required continuous sustenance through offerings at the tomb. The Bah was the individual personality or soul, depicted as a human-headed bird that could move between the tomb and the world of the living. The Ah key, often translated as transfigured spirit or effective spirit, was the glorified post-mortem form of the individual who had successfully completed the judgment and been integrated into the divine order. The Ren was the name, understood as a component of identity with real existence. To erase a person's name was to damage their existence in a meaningful sense. The Shut was the shadow, another aspect of individual presence. The Ee was the heart, the physical heart, which was also the seat of consciousness, memory, and moral identity, and which would be weighed against the feather of Ma'at at judgment. The resurrection rites performed by Isis and Nephthys, including the opening of the mouth ceremony, in which a ritual instrument was touched to the face of the mummified body to restore the senses, restored Osiris's Ba and Ka to sufficient functional coherence for the miraculous conception of Horus. After this, the coherence was again disrupted. Osiris died, again in the sense of losing the vitality of the living, but retained the organized existence of the properly prepared dead. His Aegik, his transfigured spirit, was complete. He was the first Aegik, the model for all who followed. Osiris's permanent residence in the Duat, the Egyptian underworld, gave that realm its definitive theological character. The Duat was not simply a place of the dead. It was the kingdom of Osiris, organized and governed on principles analogous to the kingdom of the living, but appropriate to the state of the dead. Its geography is described in extraordinary detail in the books of the Netherworld, the Amduat, the Book of Gates, the Book of Caverns, the Book of the Earth, which were inscribed on the walls of New Kingdom royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings, and which collectively constitute one of the most extensive cartographies of an afterlife realm in the ancient world. The Duat was not uniformly dark or uniformly pleasant. It was structured, differentiated, populated. Different regions had different characteristics, some luminous, some terrifying, some agricultural, some dominated by fire. The souls of the dead traveled through it in sequence, encountering specific challenges and specific divine beings at each stage. The solar bark of Ra passed through the Duat each night, bringing light temporarily to each of its 12 hours. And the souls of the dead who occupied those regions were briefly revived by Ra's passage. When Ra moved on, and the hour returned to darkness. The souls returned to their sleep. The nightly passage of Ra through the Dut was understood as a mutual benefit. Ra needed the company and magical assistance of the dead to repel Arpep. The dead needed Ra's light to maintain their vitality. Osiris presided over the final hour of the Duat, or in some texts, over the judgment hall that was the destination of all arriving souls. He sat on his throne in his characteristic mummiform posture, the crook and flail in his hands, wearing the Artef crown, surrounded by the 42 divine assessors and the apparatus of cosmic justice. He was simultaneously judge and template, the judge who determined whether souls had earned the resurrection he himself had achieved, and the model of what that resurrection looked like. Every soul that passed his judgment and was declared true of voice, Ma Karu, would follow the path he had established. Anubis, Egyptian Ianpu, a name of uncertain etymology, is among the most ancient deities in the Egyptian Pantheon, with attestations from the earliest written records of the pre-dynastic and early dynastic periods, predating the fully developed Osirian theological system by centuries. In the earliest layers of Egyptian funerary religion, before the Osirian narrative had been elaborated into its classical form, Anubis was the primary god of the dead, the lord of the necropolis, the guardian of the tomb, the deity who presided over burial and afterlife transition, without reference to the Osirian framework that would later contextualize and in some ways subordinate his functions. The association of Anubis with the jackal, specifically the golden jackal, Canis aureus, or the African wolf, Canis lupister, species that inhabited the desert margins of the Nile Valley and were frequently observed near burial grounds, has both practical and symbolic dimensions. On the practical level, jackals were genuinely common presences at cemeteries. Their burrowing and scavenging activities around graves made them visible and associated with death in the minds of those who lived and buried their dead near the desert edge. On the symbolic level, the jackal's liminal ecology, inhabiting the boundary between the inhabited Nile Valley and the dead desert, crossing between the world of the living and the domain of the dead, made it an appropriate embodiment of a deity whose function was precisely that boundary crossing. Anubis's iconography is distinctive and consistent. The jackal-headed man, or the recumbent black jackal, with an alert posture, ears raised, watchful. The black coloring of the divine jackal form is significant. It is not the natural tawny color of the golden jackal, but the black of the Nile silt, the black of the resins used in mummification, the black associated with fertility and regeneration. Black in Egyptian symbolic color coding was not the color of death in the Western sense. It was the color of the fertile earth from which life emerged, and its application to Anubis connected his funerary functions to the regenerative dimension of death. Death as the precondition for new life, not as its termination. Anubis's most famous and most frequently depicted function is his role in the psychostasia, the weighing of the heart, which appears in Egyptian funerary art from the New Kingdom period onward, and is represented in extraordinary detail and frequency in illustrated papyri of the Book of the Dead. The scene is among the most reproduced images from Egyptian antiquity, and its symbolic vocabulary is precise. The Judgment Hall, the Hall of Two Truths, or Eret Mart, contained a great set of scales, a balance of the kind used throughout Egypt for commercial and administrative weighing. On one pan of the scales was placed the heart, EEB, of the deceased, the physical organ removed during mummification and, in the judgment context, returned to function as the locus of the individual's moral record. On the other pan was placed the feather of Mart, a single ostrich feather, the symbol of the goddess of cosmic order, truth, and justice. Anubis attended the scales, adjusting them, reading the result, ensuring the accuracy of the measurement. Thoth stood nearby with palette and scribal equipment, recording the verdict. The 42 divine assessors occupied the hall, one for each of the 42 gnomes of Egypt, and each for one of the 42 sins enumerated in the negative confession. The declaration of innocence that the deceased recited upon entering the hall. The full text of the negative confession, preserved in chapter 125 of the Book of the Dead, lists specific transgressions. I have not robbed. I have not been violent. I have not stolen. I have not killed people. I have not damaged the grain measure. I have not taken milk from the mouths of children. The specificity is striking. These are not abstract moral categories, but particular acts that the deceased denies having committed, addressed to specific divine judges responsible for specific infractions. If the heart balanced with the feather, indicating that the deceased had lived in accordance with Mart and had not committed the listed transgressions, Anubis declared the result to Thoth, who recorded it, and the deceased was admitted to the presence of Osiris, and subsequently to the field of reeds. If the heart was heavier than the feather, the balance tipped, and Ammit, the composite devouring monster who waited beside the scales, part lion, part hippopotamus, part crocodile, consumed the heart. The soul of the unworthy dead was thereby destroyed, not sent to a place of punishment, but annihilated. The Egyptian concept of damnation was not eternal torment, but the obliteration of individual existence, the cessation of the name, the dissolution of the person. For a culture that invested enormously in the preservation of individual identity across the threshold of death, this was the worst possible outcome. The weighing of the heart is documented not only in funerary papyri, but in monumental contexts. The tomb of Hunefer, British Museum, EA 9901, 19th Dynasty, approximately 1275 BCE, contains one of the most beautifully executed and fully labelled versions of the scene, with Anubis shown adjusting the scales while Ammit crouches expectantly nearby. The completeness of the labelling in such scenes, every figure identified by name and function, reflects the Egyptian understanding that the image was not merely decorative but operational. A correctly executed image of the judgment placed in the tomb participated in making the judgment proceed correctly for the tomb's owner. The child conceived by Isis over the dead body of Osiris, the posthumous son of the murdered king, heir to a throne currently occupied by his father's killer, was born in secret in the marshes of the Nile Delta. The location, Chemis, was chosen for its inaccessibility. The dense papyrus swamps of the far north of Egypt, where the many branched Nile Delta, fragmented into a maze of channels and reed beds, where even a determined pursuer might spend months without covering the terrain. Isis raised her son there, alone, in concealment, nursing him and performing protective spells over him. The childhood of Horus in the marshes is the subject of a distinct body of Egyptian religious texts and ritual objects. The Chippy of Horus, carved stone or faience plaques depicting the young Horus as a naked child standing on crocodiles, holding snakes and scorpions in his outstretched hands, are attested from the late period, approximately 664 to 332 BCE onward, and were used as protective devices. Water poured over a chippy acquired the healing properties of the spells inscribed on it, particularly for snakebite and scorpion sting. The Metternich Stele, Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, dated to the reign of Nectanebo II, approximately 360 BCE, is the largest and most elaborately inscribed surviving example, and preserves numerous spells of this type in their most complete form. The mythological basis for these healing objects was a series of episodes in which the infant Horus fell ill, bitten by a scorpion or snake, afflicted by unspecified illness, and was healed by Isis through magical intervention. These stories served as narrative precedents. Because Isis had healed Horus under these specific circumstances, the spell that recorded her healing words retained its efficacy for any subsequent victim of the same afflictions. The mythological event and the ritual application were explicitly linked. To recite the spell was to repeat what Isis had done and to participate in its efficacy. The posthumous conception of Horus, his father dead at the time of his begetting, raised specific theological questions that Egyptian religious thought addressed with characteristic care. How could a dead man father a child? What was the nature of the reproductive act performed by Isis over Osiris's body? And what did this imply about Horus's nature and status? The Egyptian answer, worked out across multiple texts and periods, was that the act was possible precisely because of Isis's extraordinary magical power, her ability to operate in the liminal space between life and death in ways that no other deity could. The Osiris who fathered Horus was not fully alive, but not fully dead either. He was in the transitional state produced by Isis's resurrection rite, a state of threshold existence that was unique to that moment and was never reproduced. Horus was therefore the product of a singular, unrepeatable event, which contributed to his unique theological status as the destined king, the one being who had been specifically generated for the purpose of reclaiming his father's throne. Horus's paternity also had a specific legal implication within Egyptian political theology. Egyptian inheritance law recognized posthumous children, children conceived before a father's death but born after it, as legitimate heirs. Horus, conceived from the dead Osiris, occupied a legal theological position as the legitimate heir of the murdered king. His claim to the throne of Egypt was not merely sentimental or filial. It was juridically grounded in the same principles that governed human inheritance. The divine tribunal that would eventually adjudicate his claim was applying to divine figures the same legal reasoning that Egyptian courts applied to human succession disputes. The dispute between Horus and Set over the kingship of Egypt is documented across many sources, but its most extensive and literary treatment appears in Papyrus Chester Beatty I, a hieratic papyrus. Hieratic being the cursive script used for non-monumental Egyptian writing, now held in the Chester Beatty Library in Dublin, dated to the reign of Ramesses V, approximately 1147 BCE, and written by a scribe named Kenher-Kopeshef, or one of his circle. The text, known to Egyptologists as the Contendings of Horus and Set, is a narrative of unusual literary character for Egyptian religious texts. It is sophisticated, ironic, and at points genuinely comedic in ways that complicate the simple reading of it. as pious mythology. The Contendings describes a tribunal of the gods, the Divine Council, presided over in various episodes by Ra-Horakhti, by Shu, or by the council collectively, that has been deliberating for 80 years without reaching a verdict. The two claimants have each presented their cases. Horus argues his right as the legitimate son and heir of Osiris. Set argues his right as the most powerful deity, the defender of Ra on the solar bark, the strongest candidate for the office of king. Both arguments have merit within Egyptian theological categories, which is precisely why the tribunal cannot resolve the dispute. The Contendings consists of a series of episodes, tests, schemes, and judicial debates, in which neither party consistently prevails, and the tribunal's authority is repeatedly strained. Several episodes deserve detailed attention for what they reveal about Egyptian conceptions of divine personality and political legitimacy. In one early episode, Ra-Horakhti, who appears to favor Set and resents what he considers the tribunal's failure to recognize Set's superior qualifications, refuses to continue the proceedings and withdraws to his pavilion. The gods are at a loss. Without Ra's authority, the tribunal lacks its ultimate sanction. The solution comes from Hathor, the goddess of love and joy, who approaches Ra and reveals herself to him in a manner that makes him laugh, restoring his good humor and his willingness to return to the assembly. This episode is sometimes described euphemistically in translations, but the text is explicit. Hathor's exposure of herself to Ra is the mechanism of his recovery. The gods used what worked. Theological dignity was secondary to practical necessity. The exchange of letters with Neith, the ancient war goddess of Sis, one of the oldest deities in the Egyptian Pantheon, represents a different kind of procedural maneuver. The Divine Council, unable to reach agreement, writes to Neith requesting her opinion. Her reply, as transmitted through Thoth, who reads it aloud to the assembly, is unambiguous and slightly contemptuous. Give the office to Horus. The legal reasoning she offers is specific. Osiris was the previous king. Horus is his son. The principle of patrilineal succession should govern. And she adds an incentive for Set. Compensate him with additional possessions and 2 foreign goddesses as wives. This is the language of practical political settlement, not theological abstraction. Neith's letter reads like a competent administrative ruling, and Thoth records it as such. The hippopotamus episode is among the most physically dramatic in the text. Horus and Set agree to transform themselves into hippopotamuses and submerge themselves in the river. Whoever surfaces first loses the contest. Isis, watching from the bank and unable to contain her anxiety, fashions a copper harpoon and throws it into the water, intending to strike Set. Instead, she strikes Horus. He cries out from underwater that she has wounded him. Horrified, she commands the harpoon to release him. She refashions it and throws it again, this time striking Set. Set, from beneath the surface, calls out to her as her brother, invoking their kinship. Isis is moved by this appeal and again commands the harpoon to release its target. Horus, furious at his mother's hesitation, emerges from the water and decapitates her, or in some versions, removes her crown. This extreme act of filial violence is itself a theological problem that the text addresses. Thoth replaces Isis's head with a cow's head, or restores her, depending on the version, and Horus is subsequently punished by Ra for his action. The episode resists clean interpretation, but it demonstrates that the Contendings is not a straightforward morality tale. The rightful claimant does wrong things. The guilty party has sympathetic moments. The proceedings are not orderly. The episode in which Set attempts to establish sexual dominance over Horus, understood in Egyptian political theology as establishing Set's superior status, is described explicitly in the text. Set approaches Horus with apparent friendliness, and the assault occurs while Horus is unguarded. Horus, however, catches Set's semen in his hands before it can achieve its goal and reports the matter to Isis. She responds with characteristic practical ingenuity. She collects Horus's own semen, applies it to lettuce plants in Set's garden, lettuce being an aphrodisiac food associated with sexual potency in Egyptian culture, and Set, not knowing, eats the lettuces. When the tribunal convenes, Set boasts that he has established dominance over Horus. The gods summon the semen of both parties. Set's semen responds from the marshes where Isis had disposed of it, while Horus's semen responds from within Set's own body. Set is humiliated before the assembly. His boast has been not merely refuted, but precisely inverted. This episode, which appears grotesque or merely comic in isolation, operates within a coherent system of Egyptian political thought. Sexual dominance in the Egyptian symbolic order was a genuine assertion of superior status, a claim to the active, governing role in any relationship. The Contendings invokes this system and then systematically subverts it. Set's attempted assertion of dominance becomes evidence of his subordination. The mechanism is Isis's magic, as usual. She does not prevent the assault, but redirects its consequences. The outcome of the divine tribunal is shaped not by Set's violence, but by Isis's patient redirection of that violence against its author. After 80 years of deliberation, a figure that may be numerically symbolic rather than literal, representing the complete span of divine deliberation, the tribunal reached a verdict. The final determination came from Geb, the earth god and original king, whose authority over the succession was foundational. He had been the previous holder of the divine kingship before passing it to Osiris, and the office had therefore originated with him in the divine genealogy. Geb ruled in favor of Horus. The legal reasoning, as reconstructed from Egyptian sources, rested on two principles. First, the principle of patrilineal succession. Osiris had been the legitimate king, Horus was his legitimate son, and the kingship therefore descended to Horus in accordance with the same inheritance principles that governed human property and title in Egyptian law. Second, the specific condemnation of Set's method of obtaining power. Set had murdered the previous king. A claim obtained through the murder of one's predecessor was, within Egyptian legal theology, fundamentally compromised. Set's strength, his qualifications, even his genuine usefulness to the divine order, could not override the illegitimacy of the process by which he had acquired power. Set was not destroyed or permanently diminished. He was reassigned, given dominion over the desert, over foreign lands, over the storms and the chaotic periphery of the ordered world. He became Ra's champion against Arpeb in perpetuity, the necessary violence at the edge of the cosmos, contained within a function that made it beneficial rather than destructive. This settlement reflects Egyptian theological pragmatism. Set was too powerful and too necessary to simply eliminate, and the Egyptians had no tradition of demonizing him out of existence. He remained part of the divine order, occupying the ecological niche his nature was suited for, which was outside the boundaries of the organized, agricultural, lawful Egypt that Osiris had ruled, and Horus now inherited. Horus was crowned king of Egypt. The ceremony is described in various sources as involving investiture by Gib, acclamation by the divine council, and the formal assumption of the double crown, the Peshent, combining the white crown of Upper Egypt and the red crown of Lower Egypt, that signified unified rule over the entire Nile Valley. From this point forward, every living pharaoh of Egypt was identified as Horus, the legitimate heir of the divine succession, the earthly manifestation of the falcon ski god, ruling the land that his father Osiris had embodied, and that his grandfather Geb had originally governed. Every dead pharaoh became Osiris, the justified dead king, ruling the Duat as Osiris ruled it, maintaining the cosmic order from within the realm of the dead. The mythological system was closed, consistent, and politically comprehensive. Hathor, Egyptian Hut Hor, meaning House of Horus or Mansion of Horus, is one of the most ancient and theologically complex goddesses in the Egyptian Pantheon, with attestations reaching back to the early dynastic period, and a presence in religious texts and material culture that spans the entire 3,000-year duration of pharaonic civilization. Her epithet, Nebet Nebut, gold of the gods, appears in New Kingdom hymns and captures something of her particular luminosity within the divine order. She was understood as the embodiment of a quality of divine radiance that exceeded it even the solar brightness of Ra, a warmth rather than a heat, a fertility of light rather than its burning intensity. Her iconographic forms are more varied than almost any other Egyptian deity, which itself reflects the breadth of her theological domain. She appears as a cow, or as a woman with cow's ears, or as a woman wearing a headdress consisting of a solar disk cradled between two cow horns, the headdress that would later be adopted by Isis and that became one of the most recognizable silhouettes in Egyptian religious art. She appears as a lioness in her fiercer solar aspect, as a woman holding a sesheshet, the ritual rattle that was her primary cult instrument, as a woman with the head of a cobra in her role as the Uriu's goddess, and, in a distinctive regional form, as a pillar or column crowned with her characteristic cow-eared face. A form known as the Hathor capital that appears throughout Egyptian temple architecture from the Old Kingdom onward. The diversity of her forms is not iconographic inconsistency, but theological amplitude. Hathor was not a specialist deity with a single bounded domain. She was understood as a fundamental quality of the divine, the feminine generative power of the cosmos, expressed differently in different contexts. Love, beauty, fertility, music, dance, intoxication, foreign trade, motherhood, mining, the afterlife. All of these fell within her purview, and the apparent variety of her forms reflects the variety of contexts in which that fundamental quality manifested. Hathor's relationship to Ra, and specifically her identification as one form of the Eye of Ra, the feminine solar power that Ra could project outward from himself, is foundational to understanding her theological position. We discussed this concept in episode 1 in the context of Tefnut, and it applies with equal force to Hathor. She was the solar eye in its generative, life-giving, brilliantly luminous aspect, as distinct from Sekhmet, who was the solar eye in its destructive, burning, plague-bringing aspect. Both were Ra's eye. Both were the same divine force differently expressed. This identification is explicitly stated in a number of New Kingdom hymns and ritual texts. The Dendera Temple Complex. The great temple of Hathor at Dendera in Upper Egypt, whose standing ruins date primarily to the Ptolemaic and Roman periods, approximately 54 BCE to 34 CE, but incorporate earlier structures and preserve much older theological material. Contains a series of hymns that describe Hathor as the eye of Ra who has no equal, the golden one who illuminates with her beauty, and she who fills the sky with her rays. These are solar descriptions applied to a goddess whose most common associations in popular thought are with love and music, a conjunction that makes more sense once Hathor's solar identity is understood. Love, in Egyptian theological thought, was not separate from solar energy, but was its most characteristically generative expression, the warmth that makes things grow. The myth in which Hathor's solar identity is most dramatically displayed is the myth of Ra's vengeance, a New Kingdom text preserved in several versions, most completely in the Ptolemaic period Book of the Celestial Cow, recovered from the tomb of Seti I, Valley of the Kings, Cuthifith 17, approximately 1279 BCE, and from 3 other royal tombs. The myth recounts that Ra, grown old and sensing a loss of respect among humanity, dispatched his eye, Hathor, to punish those who had spoken against him. Hathor descended to earth in her leonine form and began to kill. The text describes her wading through human blood with evident satisfaction. Ra, observing the carnage, repented. He had intended punishment, not annihilation, and the goddess had exceeded his intentions. He could not simply call her back. Once sent, the eye of Ra acted according to its own nature, and its nature in this mode was destruction. The solution was a specific and practically detailed piece of divine improvisation. Ra commanded his servants to grind a large quantity of red ochre, or in some versions mandrake, and mix it into 7,000 jars of beer, producing a liquid that resembled blood. This was poured out over the fields before dawn. When Hathor arrived at the killing grounds and saw what appeared to be the aftermath of a great slaughter, she drank, became intoxicated, and lost the focused ferocity that had been driving her violence. She looked up, saw the world around her, felt only warmth and contentment, and the destruction stopped. The aftershock of this myth in Egyptian religious practice was substantial. The festival of drunkenness, Tek, was celebrated annually, particularly at Dendera and at the temple of Mut at Karnak, as a ritual commemoration of the moment when Hathor's destructive power was subdued by intoxication and transformed back into her generative, loving aspect. Participants consumed beer in quantity, music was played, and the general atmosphere was one of deliberate, sanctioned excess, a ritual inversion of normal social behavior that reenacted the divine transition from destruction to creation. The festival is attested from the New Kingdom onward and continued into the Roman period. Papyrus records from Deir el-Medina, the village of royal tomb workers on the west bank of Thebes, document the allocation of beer rations for festival purposes in quantities consistent with large-scale communal celebration. The sesheshet was a rattle-type percussion instrument consisting of a handle surmounted by a loop frame strung with metal rods or rings that produced a distinctive metallic hissing sound when shaken. It was Hathor's primary cult instrument, used in her temples and in rituals associated with her throughout Egypt, and its sound was understood as theologically efficacious in a specific way. It pleased the goddess, calmed divine anger, and was associated with the rustling of papyrus reeds in the wind, a sound connected to the primordial creation and to the marshes of the delta where Horus had been hidden in infancy. Sesheshets have been recovered from Egyptian archaeological contexts in extraordinary numbers and in a wide range of materials: faience, bronze, silver, gold. The Metropolitan Museum of Art, the British Museum, the Cairo Egyptian Museum, the Louvre, and virtually every major collection of Egyptian antiquities includes examples. They range from rough, functional instruments to finely worked ritual objects with elaborately modelled Hathor faces at the juncture of handle and frame. The goddess's face, the broad, frontal, cow-eared face of Hathor, peers from the instrument itself, transforming it into a portable image of the deity, as well as a musical tool. The sound of the sesheshet was not merely pleasant. Egyptian ritual texts describe it as actively protective, capable of dispersing malevolent forces, maintaining the goddess's benevolent presence in a space, and signaling the beginning and end of ritual actions. Professional sesheshet players, female musicians attached to Hathor's cult establishment, occupied positions of genuine social prestige in Egyptian society. The title, Chantress of Amun, or Chantress of Hathor, held by women of various social classes, from priestesses to the wives of craftsmen, indicates that musical service to the goddesses was a respected institutional role with recognized status, documented in administrative texts, on personal stelae, and in tomb biographical inscriptions throughout the New Kingdom and Third Intermediate periods. Hathor's connection to the afterlife, which might seem incongruous given her primary associations with joy and sensory pleasure, derives directly from her solar identity and her geographical association with the West. The West was the direction of sunset, the direction of the Nile necropolis. In most Egyptian cities, the tombs were on the west bank of the river, and the direction of death. As a solar goddess, Hathor was naturally associated with the setting sun, with Ra descending into the dirt, and therefore with the threshold that the dead crossed on entering the underworld. The epithet Ementet, Lady of the West, was one of Hathor's most important funerary titles, and in this aspect she was depicted as a woman emerging from the western mountain, or from the branches of a sycamore fig tree at the edge of the desert, offering water and food to the souls of the newly dead. The sycamore fig, Ficus sciaecomoris, was a sacred tree strongly associated with Hathor in Egyptian funerary contexts, understood as her physical manifestation in the landscape at the boundary between the inhabited Nile Valley and the desert necropolis. Paintings from New Kingdom private tombs, particularly from the Theban necropolis, in tombs such as T-52, Naching T-55, Rahmose, and T-69, Mena, frequently depict the deceased and their families approaching the sycamore goddess and receiving her gifts, a visual formulation of the hope that Hathor's welcome awaited them at death. The 7 Hathors, a group of 7 manifestations of Hathor who appeared at the birth of a child and determined its fate, functioned as divine analogues to the fates of Greek mythology, though attested considerably earlier. They appeared at the threshold of life as Hathor appeared at the threshold of death, marking with their presence the moments at which individual existence was most precarious and most in need of divine attention. The 7 Hathors were invoked in magical texts for the protection of newborns and in amulets worn during pregnancy, creating a theological continuity between birth and death that was characteristically Egyptian. Hathor presided over both transitions, welcoming souls in and welcoming them out. Sekhmet, from the Egyptian Sekhem, meaning power or might, is the Lioness goddess, the most ferocious of the solar eye deities, the embodiment of the destructive potential of solar heat at its most extreme. Where Hathor was the solar eye as warmth and generativity, Sekhmet was the solar eye as burning, plague, and righteous violence. The 2 goddesses represent complementary poles of the same fundamental divine force, a duality that Egyptian theology held together without discomfort, and that is explicitly articulated in texts that describe the transformation of one into the other as a shift in mood or circumstance rather than a change of identity. Sekhmet is depicted as a woman with the head of a lioness, wearing a solar disk and urias on her head. The choice of the lioness, specifically the female lion rather than the male, is deliberate and theologically precise. The lioness in Egyptian thought was the more dangerous of the 2 sexes. She hunted, she killed, she protected her cubs with ferocious intensity. The male lion was associated with royalty and with the sun in its majestic, supervisory aspect. The lioness was associated with the active hunting, killing expression of solar power. Sekhmet was dangerous in the way a hunting lioness is dangerous, purposeful, efficient, and entirely without mercy for her designated prey. Her primary cult center was Memphis, where she was part of a divine triad with Ptah, the great creator god of Memphis, and their son Nefertem, the god of the lotus and of healing unguent. This Memphite triad is attested from the Old Kingdom period and continued as a significant theological grouping throughout pharaonic history. The pairing of Sekhmet with Ptah, the god of craft, creation, and careful making, is at first glance paradoxical. What does the goddess of destruction have in common with the patient god of artisanship? The answer lies in the Egyptian understanding of medicine, which Sekhmet also governed. The physician who could send plague could also lift it. The power to harm was the same power as the capacity to heal. Sekhmet's doctors, the Waish priests of Sekhmet, a specialized medical priesthood, practiced both magic and physical medicine, and their authority derived from their goddess's dual mastery of disease and cure. One of the most remarkable archaeological expressions of Sekhmet's cult is the enormous series of granite statues commissioned by Pharaoh Amenhotep III, reigned approximately 1388 to 1351 BCE, and installed in his mortuary temple at Kom el-Hitan on the west bank of Thebes, the same temple whose colossal seated statues survive today as the Colossi of Memnon. Amenhotep III had approximately 700 statues of Sekhmet carved from granodiorite quarried at Aswan, each depicting the goddess in her standard seated or standing form with a lioness head and solar disk. These were not decorative commissions. They had a specific ritual function. The statues were installed in pairs representing Sekhmet at the two moments of the Egyptian day most associated with dangerous solar transitions: sunrise and sunset. The number of statues, 700, or in some calculations closer to 730, meaning 2 statues for each day of the year, allowed the temple's priests to perform a different ritual at a different statue each day, cycling through the entire series over the course of a year, and thereby maintaining continuous propitiation of the goddess of plague and disease. The theological logic was precise and practical. Sekhmet could send epidemic disease as a manifestation of solar heat gone wrong. Continuous ritual attention kept her pacified, and her destructive potential redirected toward Egypt's enemies. The statues were not merely representations of the goddess. They were cult instruments in an ongoing disease prevention program. Many of these statues were subsequently removed from Kom el-Hitan and redistributed across Egypt, to the Karnak temple complex, to the Mut temple enclosure, to other religious sites, a process that continued through the Third Intermediate Period and the Late Period. The result is that Sekhmet statues from Amenhotep III's original commission are now found in museums around the world: the British Museum, the Louvre, the Metropolitan Museum, the Cairo Egyptian Museum, and dozens of others. When you encounter a seated lioness-headed goddess in a collection of Egyptian antiquities, there is a reasonable probability that it originated from this single extraordinary royal commission of the 14th century BCE. The WHB priests of Sekhmet, Wahab meaning pure in Egyptian, a term for a category of priests who maintained ritual purity, constituted a specialized medical ritual clergy whose functions combined what we would now distinguish as priestly duties and medical practice, but which Egyptian culture understood as a single integrated activity. Disease in Egypt was not categorized as either natural or supernatural in the modern sense. It was understood as potentially involving both physical causes, intestinal worms, infected wounds, imbalances of bodily fluids, and divine or demonic causes, and an effective healer needed to address both dimensions. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, New York Academy of Medicine, approximately 1600 BCE, but containing material from perhaps 2500 BCE, is the oldest surviving surgical text in the world and represents the empirical rational dimension of Egyptian medicine. 48 case studies of traumatic injuries, described with clinical precision, with diagnoses and prognoses ranging from an ailment I will treat to an ailment not to be treated. It makes no reference to divine causation and recommends no ritual interventions. The Ebers Papyrus, Leipzig University Library, approximately 1550 BCE, by contrast, intermixes pharmacological recipes with magical spells in a way that treats both as equally valid therapeutic tools. Both approaches existed within Egyptian medical culture, and the WHB priests of Sekhmet were practitioners of the integrated tradition. The relationship between Sekhmet and epidemic disease is documented in specific texts that describe the messengers of Sekhmet, divine agents who carried plague at her command, particularly during the dangerous transitional period at the end of the old year and the beginning of the new, when the boundaries between ordered and chaotic states were considered especially permeable. The epagomenal days, the 5 extra days at the end of the calendar year, the birthdays of the Osirian generation as we discussed in episode 2, were considered particularly dangerous periods when Sekhmet's messengers moved freely. Protective rituals performed by the YHB priests during these days were understood as essential public health measures in the theological framework of the time. Bastet. Egyptian Bast or Bastet, a name whose etymology is uncertain, possibly related to a word for ointment jar, given her association with protective unguents, underwent one of the most dramatic theological transformations in Egyptian religious history. A gradual shift over roughly a millennium from a fierce leonine solar goddess closely related to Sekhmet to a domestic cat goddess associated with gentleness, fertility, and household protection. This transformation is not simply a matter of changing iconographic fashion. It reflects a genuine theological repositioning, a redistribution of divine attributes between two related but distinct cult identities. In her earliest documented forms, attested from the Second Dynasty, approximately 2890 BCE onward, Bastet was a leonine goddess, depicted either as a lioness or as a woman with a lioness head, functionally similar to Sekhmet, and sometimes described in texts as essentially interchangeable with her. Both were solar eye goddesses. Both were associated with Ra's protective and destructive power. Both were linked to the burning intensity of the Egyptian sun. The distinction between them in the Old Kingdom period was primarily geographical. Bastet's primary cult was in the delta city of Bubastis, Sekhmet in Memphis, rather than characterological. The shift in Bastet's iconography from lioness to domestic cat, Felis catus, the species domesticated from the African wildcat Felis libica, appears to begin in the Middle Kingdom and is substantially complete by the New Kingdom, when Bastet is routinely depicted as a seated cat, or as a woman with a cat's head, holding a sesheshet and a basket, or an aegis decorated with a cat's face. The theological implications of this shift were significant. The domestic cat was a gentler, more intimate, more household-oriented animal than the lioness, and Bastet's character softened accordingly. She became the patron of the home, of women and children, of fertility and sexual pleasure, of music and dance, a profile that overlapped considerably with Hathor's and that distinguished her clearly from the fierce, disease-sending Sekhmet. Bastet's cult city was Bubastis. Egyptian, Per Bastet, House of Bastet, modern Tel Basta, located in the northeastern Nile Delta, near the modern city of Zagazig. The city served as the capital of Egypt during the 22nd and 23rd dynasties, approximately 945 to 715 BCE, a period sometimes called the Bubastite dynasty, when pharaohs of Libyan origin ruled from this northeastern delta city and naturally elevated the goddess of their capital to unusual prominence in state religious practice. Archaeological excavations at Tel Basta, conducted most extensively by Egyptian and European missions in the 19th and 20th centuries, have recovered temple remains, a substantial cat cemetery, and numerous bronzes and faience objects associated with the Bastet cult. The festival of Bastet at Bubastis was described by the Greek historian Herodotus, Histories 259 to 60, approximately 450 BCE, in terms that suggest it was among the largest and most well-attended religious festivals in Egypt. Herodotus describes flotillas of boats traveling to Bubastis from throughout Egypt, carrying hundreds of thousands of participants. His figure is 700,000, which is almost certainly exaggerated, but may reflect genuine mass participation. The festival involved music, dancing, the consumption of wine in quantities greater than during the rest of the year, combined according to Herodotus, and the general inversion of normal social decorum that characterized festival time in Egyptian religious culture. The parallel with Hathor's festival of drunkenness is striking. Both festivals involved a domesticated, even joyful goddess. Both required ritual intoxication, and both may have functioned as controlled social releases of behaviors normally suppressed. The sacred cats of Bastet's temple at Bubastis were maintained with dedicated care. When they died, of natural causes, since harming them was a serious offense, they were mummified and buried in the associated cat cemetery. The scale of this practice was remarkable. 19th century excavations at Tel Basta uncovered what are estimated to have been hundreds of thousands of cat mummies, most of which were unfortunately destroyed or dispersed before systematic archaeological recording was possible. The surviving examples, now distributed across museum collections worldwide, show a range of mummification quality, from simple linen wrappings to elaborate bundles with modelled faces and painted details, consistent with the range of economic resources available to the different individuals who donated them as votive offerings. The practice of cat mummification and votive donation was not limited to Bubastis. Cat cemeteries have been identified at multiple Egyptian sites, including Beni Hassan, Spios Artemidos, and Saqqara, and the British Museum's collection alone includes more than 500 cat mummies. CT scanning of these specimens by researchers, including Lydia McKnight at the University of Manchester, has revealed that a significant proportion, in some studies, the majority, of votive animal mummies were killed at a young age specifically for the mummification trade, rather than dying naturally. This finding has reshaped scholarly understanding of the votive animal industry in late period and Ptolemaic Egypt. The sacred animals were not simply revered creatures who happened to die and were then preserved. A substantial industry of animal breeding, culling, mummification, and sale existed specifically to supply the demand for votive offerings at sacred sites. The domestic cat's position in Egyptian society was distinctive and extensively documented in both textual and material evidence. Cats are depicted in New Kingdom tomb paintings, most famously in the Theban tomb of Nebamun, British Museum, approximately 1350 BCE, accompanying their owners on hunting trips in the papyrus marshes, sitting under chairs at dinner parties, wearing collars, and engaging in the various behaviors that anyone familiar with domestic cats will recognize as characteristic. These are clearly companion animals, valued members of households, present in the daily life of the Egyptian family in ways that go well beyond their practical utility in rodent control. The legal protection of cats in Egypt, the killing of a cat, even accidentally, being punishable by death according to Diodorus Siculus, Library of History 183, approximately 60 BCE, is sometimes dismissed as Greco-Roman exaggeration, but the underlying fact of special legal status for cats is consistent with the broader theological framework. A sacred animal, associated with a major goddess, required a level of protection that distinguished it from ordinary domestic animals. Whether the penalty was actually death in all cases is uncertain. That cats occupied a legally protected category is not. Sobek. Egyptian Sebek, a name of uncertain etymology, possibly related to a word meaning to impregnate or connected to the crocodile itself, was the crocodile-headed god of the Nile, of water in its most primal and dangerous form, and of royal power in its most physically intimidating expression. He is attested from the Old Kingdom period, appearing in Pyramid Text Spell 317, where he is described as sharp of teeth, and maintained a robust cult presence throughout all subsequent periods of Egyptian history, with particular strength in the Fayum Basin and in Upper Egypt around Kom The Nile crocodile, Crocodilus niloticus, was the largest and most dangerous animal in the Egyptian environment. Adult males reached lengths of 5 to 6 meters and weights of up to 1,000 kilograms. They were ambush predators, capable of taking prey as large as cattle and as fast as the antelopes that came to the river's edge to drink. And they were present along the Nile in numbers that made them a genuine and daily threat to anyone who worked near or on the water. The Egyptian response to this threat followed the characteristic pattern of Egyptian religious thought. The dangerous animal was not merely feared, but elevated, given divine status, propitiated through cult, and thereby converted from a force of uncontrolled danger into a managed divine power, whose attention could be directed, or at least not arbitrarily hostile. Sobek was depicted as a man with the head of a crocodile, wearing either a solar disk and double-plumed crown, or the Ahtef crown, or simply the horns and disk associated with Amun-Ra. He was shown carrying the Was scepter and the Ankh, the symbols of power and life, which positioned him firmly within the mainstream of Egyptian divine iconography, despite his fearsome animal aspect. In some representations, he stands on a platform of water, or within a decorative motif of water signs, explicitly linking his divine body to the river. The Fayum, the large agricultural depression connected to the Nile by a canal and intensively developed during the Middle Kingdom, was Sobek's heartland, and the city of Shedid, known to the Greeks as Crocodilopolis, and to the Romans as Arsinoe, was his primary cult center in that region. The maintenance of sacred crocodiles within temple precincts was one of the most distinctive practices of Sobek's cult, attested from the Middle Kingdom period, and documented extensively by Greek and Roman visitors. The geographer Strabo, traveling in Egypt around 25 BCE, describes the sacred crocodiles of Crocodilopolis with characteristic precision. The animals were identified by name, fed by the priests with bread, meat, wine, and honeyed milk, and wore gold earrings and bracelets on their front feet. Individual worshippers presented food offerings directly to the sacred animals, and the priests opened the crocodile's jaws to receive each item. When the animals died, they were mummified and buried with ceremony in a designated sacred crocodile cemetery. The temple of Kom in Upper Egypt, a double temple dedicated jointly to Sobek and to the falcon god Har-Osiris, a form of Horus, built primarily during the Ptolemaic period on earlier foundations, contains one of the best preserved crocodile cult contexts in Egypt. A dedicated chapel within the complex housed the mummified crocodiles, and a large collection of crocodile mummies recovered from nearby cemeteries is now displayed in an on-site museum. CT scanning of these specimens by researchers at the University of Liverpool and other institutions has revealed significant details about Nile crocodile biology, diet, and pathology in the ancient Egyptian environment, making the sacred animal cemeteries unexpectedly valuable sources of paleobiological data. The number of crocodile mummies recovered from Egyptian sites is substantial, Estimates run into the thousands, with specimens ranging from newly hatched hatchlings, possibly representing the offspring of the temple's breeding population, dedicated as votive offerings, to large adults several meters in length. The range of mummification quality parallels what has been observed in cat mummies, from careful, elaborately wrapped specimens with modelled linen faces, to rough bundles that CT scanning has revealed to be mostly sand and organic debris with a few genuine crocodile bones, suggesting the existence of fraudulent votive offerings produced to meet demand that the supply of genuine crocodile bodies could not satisfy. This discovery, made by researchers at the University of Manchester and published in scientific journals, including the Journal of Archaeological Science, has added considerable nuance to scholarly understanding of the late-period votive industry. Sobek's theological profile extended well beyond his role as the divine expression of crocodilian danger. He was a creator deity, specifically a creator associated with the primal, undifferentiated waters from which all things had emerged. Some Egyptian texts describe Sobek as rising from the primordial waters of Khnum at the beginning of creation, establishing his identity with the deepest layer of the Egyptian cosmological story. His connection to the Nile flood, the annual inundation that was the source of Egyptian agricultural productivity, gave him a generative dimension that balanced his destructive aspect. The same river that harbored the crocodile also delivered the black silt from which everything grew. Sobek's syncretism with Ra, as Sobek Ra, appears from the Middle Kingdom period and reflects the theological logic of combining the river's primal creative force with the solar creative force, producing a deity of exceptional generative power. The Fayum was understood in Egyptian religious geography as a particularly concentrated manifestation of the primordial Khnum, a lake, Lake Muris, modern Birket Karun, in the middle of the desert, seemingly inexplicable in natural terms, which Egyptian tradition attributed to the creative presence of Sobek. The development of the Fayum as an agricultural region during the Middle Kingdom, through extensive irrigation and land reclamation projects carried out under the 12th dynasty pharaohs, particularly Amenemhat III, was understood as a collaboration between human engineering and divine power, and Sobek's temple at Medinet Mahdi, built by Amenemhat III and Amenemhat IV, is among the best preserved Middle Kingdom temple structures in Egypt. Khnum, Egyptian Khnum, a name possibly related to a root meaning to unite or to create, is the ram-headed god of the first cataract region, the ancient border zone around Aswan, where the Nile emerges from the granite outcroppings of Nubia into the smooth, navigable waters of Egypt proper. He was one of the oldest deities in Upper Egypt, attested from the early dynastic period, and his cult center at Elephantine Island in the Nile at Aswan was among the most ancient and continuously occupied sacred sites in Egypt, inhabited and used for religious purposes from the pre-dynastic period through the Roman era. Khnum is depicted as a man with the head of a ram, specifically the Egyptian flat-horned ram, Ovis longipes, which was the species kept in the Nile Valley before being gradually replaced by the curved horn species, Ovis aries, during the New Kingdom period. The flat-horned ram was ancient and associated with creative, generative power in Egyptian thought. The curved horn ram was more commonly associated with Amun. The distinction matters because Khnum's ram iconography encodes a specifically ancient, locally rooted creative identity that differs from the cosmopolitan, theologically sophisticated creativity of the Amun tradition. Khnum's position at Elephantine gave him a specific and economically important function. He was understood to control the source of the Nile flood, The first cataract was the traditional southern boundary of Egypt proper, and the region from which the annual inundation appeared to originate, the flooding Nile coming from the south, through the cataracts, into the settled valley. Khnum was therefore the divine gatekeeper of Egypt's most essential resource. His goodwill was not optional. His cult at Elephantine received royal support across the entire span of pharaonic history, and the theological significance of his control over the flood was reflected in the famine stele, a Ptolemaic period inscription carved on the rocks of Sahel Island near Aswan, narrating a legendary 7-year famine during the reign of the Old Kingdom, Pharaoh Djoser, and its resolution through royal gifts to Khnum's temple at Elephantine. The stele's historicity is debated. It appears to be a much later document created to legitimize land grants to Khnum's priesthood, but it demonstrates the persistent theological weight of Khnum's role as flood controller. Khnum's most theologically striking function is his role as the divine potter who forms human beings, not only their physical bodies, but their spiritual doubles, the Ka, on a potter's wheel. This image, depicted in temple reliefs from numerous sites including Esna, Luxor, and Philae, shows Khnum seated at a potter's wheel, with two figures taking shape on its surface. The physical child and its Ka, formed simultaneously, identical in appearance, created together as an integrated unit. The goddess Hathor, or Heket, the frog-headed birth goddess, typically stands beside Khnum, holding the ahunk of life to the nostrils of the newly formed figures, animating them at the moment of their completion. The theological implications of this imagery are substantial. By positioning the formation of the individual human being as a divine craft act, the deliberate, skilled making of a specific person by a deity who worked with his hands, Egyptian theology invested every human birth with a dimension of divine intentionality. You were not a random product of biological processes. You were something Khnum had made, shaped on his wheel with specific attention, given a car that was uniquely yours. The quality and character of what Khnum produced varied, as the quality of any craftsman's output varies. But the act of production was always intentional and always divine. The potter's wheel as a metaphor for divine creation is not unique to Egypt. It appears in Mesopotamian creation texts and has distant analogues in other ancient traditions, but the Egyptian version is unusually specific and visually elaborated. Temple reliefs at Esna, the Ptolemaic Roman period Khnum temple at Esna in Upper Egypt, whose inscriptions are among the most extensively published of any Egyptian temple, thanks to the ongoing work of the Esna project under the direction of Christian Lights at the University of Tübingen, depict the creation of specific royal individuals on Khnum's wheel. The pharaoh and his Ka, formed with visible care, their royal crowns already in place on the wheel before birth. This royal application of the Khnum theology connected the general idea of divine craftsmanship to the specific political theology of the pharaohnate. The pharaoh was not merely a human king divinely authorized, but a being specifically and carefully crafted by the divine potter for his role. Neith, Egyptian net, a name possibly related to a word for water, or alternatively to the word to weave, is among the most ancient deities in the Egyptian pantheon, with attestations from the pre-dynastic period and strong cult presence in the early dynastic era that suggests her worship predated the formal unification of Upper and Lower Egypt. Her primary cult center was Sisa in the western Nile Delta, and during the 26th dynasty, the Shetite period, approximately 664 to 525 BCE, when Egypt was ruled from Sais and experienced a notable cultural revival. Neith's status was elevated to near supreme prominence, and her theological profile was elaborated with considerable sophistication. Neith's symbols, a shield with two crossed arrows, or the weaving shuttle, encode her dual nature as warrior and creator. She was a goddess of war in the most ancient sense, not the war of political ambition, but the fundamental violence of creation, the cutting and separating and binding that brings form out of formlessness. She was also the goddess of weaving, an association that carried deep cosmological resonance in Egyptian thought. The loom as a model of creation, the interlacing of threads as a metaphor for the ordering of the world's diverse elements into coherent structure. The woven fabric that emerged from the loom was, in this reading, an image of Ma'at itself, order produced from multiplicity through skill and intention. Neith's androgynous nature. She is described in some texts as both male and female, as having created herself without a partner, as being the mother who was also a father, placed her outside the normal gender categories of Egyptian theology, and gave her a particularly fundamental creative status. Like Atum, she was self-generated. Like Nun, she predated the conditions that made gender differentiation possible. The Shetite period theological elaborations of Neith's character pushed this in an explicitly philosophical direction. She was described as the first face, the primordial aspect of the divine before it differentiated into the multiple deities of the established Pantheon. In this framing, all the other gods were aspects of Neith, expressions of her primordial nature in differentiated form. Neith occupied a specific and important role in Egyptian funerary practice as one of the four protective goddesses of the canopic chest, the container that held the embalmed internal organs of the deceased. The four goddesses, Isis, Nephthys, Neith, and Serket, the scorpion goddess, were assigned to the four corners of the chest, each protecting one of the four canopic jars within. Neith and Serket guarded the jars associated with Duamutef and Kebesenuf respectively, two of the four sons of Horus, the divine figures depicted on canopic jar lids, who protected the liver, lungs, stomach, and intestines of the mummified dead. This funerary role placed Neith in regular, practical contact with Egyptian mortuary practice across all periods. Wherever there was a canopic chest, there were four protective goddess figures, and Neith was always one of them. The canopic chest and its contents were among the most carefully prepared components of Egyptian burial equipment, and the protective goddesses inscribed or painted on its sides were not decorative but functional. They were understood as actively preventing the decomposition or spiritual disorganization of the preserved organs, maintaining the physical completeness that was necessary for the deceased's resurrection. Neith, in this context, combined her warrior protective function with her creative function. She preserved what had been made. She maintained the integrity of what existed against the dissolving force of death. Her letter to the divine tribunal during the Contendings of Horus and Set, which we discussed in episode 3, is one of the most characterful cameo appearances in Egyptian religious literature. The impatient, no-nonsense tone of Neith's letter, as transmitted through Thoth, reflects the theological confidence of a deity who predated the entire situation being adjudicated and who found the 80-year delay in resolving it somewhat beneath the dignity of the divine order. Give Horus the throne, she wrote. Compensate Set. Get on with things. The divine tribunal, receiving this communication from the oldest goddess in the Pantheon, took it seriously. Khonsu, Egyptian Kenswu, meaning the wanderer or the traveller, a reference to the moon's movement across the sky, was the lunar deity of Thebes and the third member of the Theban triad, alongside Amun and Mut. His cult was centered at the Karnak temple complex, where a substantial temple dedicated to him, the Temple of Khonsu, largely built under Ramesses III and his successors in the 20th dynasty, approximately 1186 to 1069 BCE, and one of the best preserved complete temple structures in Egypt, stands within the Great Karnak precinct. Khonsu was depicted as a young man, often mummiform, wrapped in the linen bandages associated with mummification and divine stasis, wearing a distinctive headdress. The full lunar disk resting inside a crescent moon, both of which together rested on a wig or crown. The combination of the full moon and the crescent together, rather than one or the other, encoded Khonsu's identity as the complete lunar cycle, encompassing both the maximum light of the full moon and the defining curve of the crescent that marked the beginning and end of each cycle. A side lock of youth hung from one side of his head, indicating his status as a divine child, a characterization consistent with his position in the Theban triad as the son of Amun and Mut. As a lunar deity, Khonsu governed the measurement of time. The Egyptian religious calendar was lunisolar. The agricultural and civil calendar followed the solar year, while the scheduling of religious festivals was largely governed by lunar months. And Khonsu's authority over the moon made him, in practice, the divine administrator of festival timing. His connection to Thoth in this function, Thoth also being associated with the moon and with timekeeping, as we discussed in episode 2, reflects the general Egyptian pattern of allowing multiple deities to share domains that were sufficiently broad and important to warrant more than one divine administrator. Khonsu possessed a healing aspect that gave him a practical relevance in everyday Egyptian religious life, distinct from his calendrical function. He was invoked for healing, particularly for the treatment of possession by malevolent spirits, a category of illness that Egyptian medical thought recognized as distinct from physically caused disease and that required specifically divine rather than pharmaceutical intervention. The most elaborate surviving narrative of Khonsu's healing power is the Bentresh Stele, a late-period narrative inscription preserved in the Louvre c. 284, originally located in the Khonsu temple at Karnak, and dated on archaeological grounds to the 4th century BCE, though the narrative it recounts is set in the reign of Ramesses II, approximately 1279 to 1213 BCE. The Bentresh Stele narrates the story of a foreign princess, Bentresh, daughter of the king of Bastet, a kingdom sometimes identified with the Hittite realm, who was afflicted with an illness described as possession by a spirit. The king of Bastet, who had married his eldest daughter to Ramesses II, sent an embassy to Egypt requesting medical assistance. Egyptian physicians were dispatched, but found the case beyond their capacity. Ramesses II then sent a statue of Khonsu Neferhotep, a specific healing form of the god, which traveled to Bastet and successfully exorcised the possessing spirit. The spirit, departing, requested that a feast be held in its honor, which was granted, and Khonsu returned to Egypt loaded with gifts. the stele is not reliable historical documentation of an event from Ramesses II's reign. It is a late-period composition designed to publicize the healing power of Khonsu, and perhaps to legitimize the Khonsu temple's possession of certain foreign ritual objects. But its narrative assumptions are historically informative. It presupposes that divine statues could travel as diplomatic agents, that their efficacy against spirit possession was accepted as a matter of practical experience, and that the healing reputation of Khonsu was sufficiently established to make his statue a plausible solution to an intractable medical problem. The capacity of a divine statue to function as an active agent, not merely a representation but a presence, is fundamental to Egyptian religious thought and has implications that extend well beyond the Khonsu cult. Min, Egyptian Manu, a name of uncertain etymology, is one of the oldest deities in the Egyptian Pantheon, attested from the pre-dynastic period in colossal limestone statues recovered from Koptos, modern Kift, in Upper Egypt, now distributed between the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford and the Cairo Egyptian Museum. These statues, carved from local limestone and reaching heights of approximately 4 meters, are among the oldest monumental sculptures in Egypt and among the earliest images of an identifiable deity in the archaeological record. Their precise date is debated, with estimates ranging from approximately 3,300 to 3,100 BCE, placing them in the Naqshta 2-3 period, before or at the very beginning of Egyptian writing. Min was the god of male fertility and sexual potency, depicted in a form that the Egyptians carved without evident embarrassment throughout the pharaonic period. A standing man with one arm raised and holding a flail, his body wrapped in tight white linen, with his phallus erect. The visual directness of his iconography reflected his theological directness. Min was the generative force of maleness, the divine embodiment of the sexual energy that produced children, caused crops to grow, and maintained the biological continuity of all living things. He was not a god of love in Hathor's warm and musical sense, but a god of the physical mechanism of reproduction, the raw, necessary energy that all life required. Min's cult center was Koptos, an important trading city that served as the starting point for expeditions into the eastern desert and toward the Red Sea coast, and Akhmim, ancient Ipu or Kent Apt, in Upper Egypt, where his temple remained an important religious institution through the Ptolemaic period. His association with Koptos connected him to the mineral resources of the eastern desert, the turquoise and copper of Signig, the gold of the Wadi Hamamat, the exotic goods arriving through the Red Sea, trade routes. Min was the patron of miners and of the desert expeditions that made these resources accessible, and his cult received support from the expeditions that departed from Koptos, which brought back offerings and inscriptions acknowledging his protection. The harvest festival of Min, the festival of the departure of Min, or simply the festival of Min, was one of the major state festivals of the New Kingdom, celebrated at the beginning of the harvest season. The ritual involved the pharaoh ceremonially cutting the first sheaf of emmer wheat in Min's honor, releasing a white bull, Min's sacred animal, and performing a sequence of ritual actions that connected royal authority to agricultural fertility through the divine mediation of Min. The harvest was not merely an agricultural event, but a divine one. It was Min's fertility, expressed through the pharaoh's ritual action, that had produced the grain, and the festival acknowledged this properly. Mut, Egyptian Mut, meaning simply mother, was the great mother goddess of Thebes, the divine consort of Amun, and the mother of Khonsu. And through these relationships, the queen of the Theban divine triad that dominated Egyptian religion during the New Kingdom period. Her cult center was the temple of Mut at Karnak, the Mut precinct, located to the south of the main Amun-Ra temple complex, and connected to it by the great avenue of human-headed sphinxes, which enclosed a crescent-shaped sacred lake called Isharu, and a substantial temple complex that was continually expanded and elaborated from the 18th dynasty onward. Mut's iconography is less visually distinctive than that of most major Egyptian deities. She is typically depicted as a woman wearing the double crown of United Egypt, the combined white crown of Upper Egypt, and the red crown of Lower Egypt, and a vulture headdress, the latter being a characteristic marker of queenly and motherly goddesses in Egyptian iconography. The vulture, specifically the griffin vulture, Gyps fulvus, was associated with maternity in Egyptian thought on the basis of an ancient belief that all vultures were female and reproduced through the wind, a belief documented in texts including the Physiologus and referenced in Egyptian medical papyri. The vulture therefore represented parthenogenetic motherhood, the capacity to produce life from oneself alone, which made it an appropriate symbol for a divine mother who encompassed the maternal principle in its most absolute form. Mut's personality in Egyptian religious texts is more queenly than maternal in the domestic sense. She is the consort of the supreme god, the divine equivalent of the great royal wife, and her authority derives from this position rather than from the more intimate, protective mothering that characterizes goddesses like Isis. She was associated with royal power, with the legitimacy that the divine mother conferred on the pharaoh, and with the protective authority of the vulture hovering above. New Kingdom queens were closely identified with Mut. The title, Great Royal Wife, carried Mutian associations, and the queen's headdress in royal iconography frequently incorporated the vulture that was Mut's characteristic emblem. Mut also possessed a leonine form that connected her to the solar eye tradition and to Sekhmet specifically. The Mut precinct at Karnak, as archaeological excavation has established, housed a large proportion of the Sekhmet statues commissioned by Amenhotep III. The 700 statue program discussed earlier in this episode, suggesting a formal theological connection between Sekhmet and Mut that went beyond mere iconographic similarity. Both were solar eye goddesses in their fiercer aspect. Both were associated with the destructive potential of the solar force, and the placement of Sekhmet's statues in Mut's precinct may reflect a theological identification of the two as aspects of the same divine feminine solar power, differentiated by context and function, but ultimately continuous. Ptah, Egyptian Ptah, a name whose etymology is uncertain, with proposed connections to roots meaning to open, to carve, or to create, was the supreme deity of Memphis, the ancient capital of Lower Egypt, situated at the apex of the Nile Delta, near the modern southern suburbs of Cairo. His cult at Memphis is attested from the early dynastic period, the first and second dynasties, approximately 3,100 to 2,686 BCE, and endured without significant interruption through the Roman period. For much of pharaonic history, Memphis functioned as the administrative capital of Egypt, even when political power was centered elsewhere, and Ptah's prominence within the state religious system reflected this administrative centrality as much as any purely theological development. Ptah's iconography is among the most distinctive and visually arresting in the Egyptian pantheon, and also among the most deliberately constructed. He is depicted as a tightly mummiform figure, wrapped in a close-fitting garment that leaves only his hands free, standing upright on a plinth, holding a composite scepter that combines three of the most symbolically loaded objects in Egyptian religious vocabulary: the Was scepter of divine power, the Jed pillar of stability and endurance, and the Ahank of life. His head is shaved or covered by a close-fitting skullcap. He wears a broad collar. A Menat necklace associated with Hathor and with musical and generative power hangs at his back. His skin is typically rendered in blue, the color of the sky, of the primordial waters, and of divine creative potential in Egyptian symbolic thought. The mummiform posture of Ptah is theologically significant and has generated considerable scholarly discussion. Unlike the mummiform Osiris, whose wrapped body encodes death, preservation, and the hope of resurrection, Ptah's wrappings do not represent death. They represent concentrated, contained power. The force of creation held within a deliberately constrained form, like pressure within a vessel. Ptah does not move because he does not need to move. Creation proceeds from him without physical effort, through the power of thought and speech alone. His stillness is not inertia, but control. The theological system centered on Ptah, known to Egyptologists as the Memphite theology, represents one of the most philosophically sophisticated bodies of religious thought to survive from the ancient world, and its primary document is among the most extraordinary texts in the entire Egyptian corpus. The Shabaka stone, a large basalt slab now in the British Museum, EA 498, carved on the order of the 25th dynasty, Pharaoh Shabaka, around 710 BCE, preserves a text that its own inscription claims to be a copy of an older, worm-eaten papyrus. The text had previously been dismissed as a Ramesside or even later composition, but more recent scholarship, particularly the work of John Baines and of Frank Camazel, has identified linguistic features consistent with Old Kingdom origin, suggesting that the theological ideas it encodes may genuinely reach back to the period of pyramid construction, or earlier. The Memphite theology's central claim is that Ptah created the world not through physical action, not through the manual crafting on a potter's wheel that characterizes Khnum's creation, not through the sexual self-generation of Atum, but through thought and speech. The text describes creation as a two-stage process. First, Ptah conceived of each thing in his heart, the EEB, understood in Egyptian thought as the organ of consciousness and intention, and then he named each thing with his tongue, and in the naming, the thing came into existence. Thought was the creative intention. Speech was its actualization. The world was, in this theology, a spoken world, the material expression of divine language. This formulation has attracted considerable attention from scholars of comparative religion and philosophy because it anticipates by many centuries ideas that would become central to Greek Stoic philosophy, specifically the concept of the Logos, the divine rational principle that ordered and sustained the cosmos, and that would later appear in the opening of the Gospel of John. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The intellectual historian Jan Assmann, in his influential work Moses the Egyptian, 1997, and related studies, has traced the complex transmission pathways through which Egyptian theological concepts, including the Memphite logocentric creation theology, may have influenced later Greek and ultimately early Christian thought. The connections are not direct borrowings but structural homologies, similar answers to similar questions, produced by different traditions operating in proximity over many centuries. The Shabaka stone text goes further than simply asserting that Ptah spoke the world into existence. It explicitly identifies Ptah with Atum, the Heliopolitan creator, and argues that what Atum accomplished through physical generation, Ptah had already accomplished through thought and speech. Atum's creative acts were, in this reading, the physical enactment of Ptah's prior mental creation. The theology is not merely asserting Ptah's priority, it is proposing a model of creation in which the mental and the physical are related as original and copy, with Ptah's thought being the true creation, and Atum's physical acts being its material expression. This is a genuinely philosophical argument about the relationship between mind and matter, articulated in a religious context roughly 2.5 millennia before Plato. Alongside his profound theological identity as the logocentric creator, Ptah maintained throughout Egyptian history a robust practical identity as the divine patron of craftsmen, architects, and all those who made things with skill and intention. This combination, supreme abstract creator and patron of manual craft, is not contradictory within Egyptian thought, where the distinction between intellectual creation and physical making was not categorical. Ptah created through language, craftsmen created through skill. Both were participating in the same fundamental divine activity of bringing new form into existence from available material. The title, Great of Craftsmanship, were Kerep Hemut, was one of Ptah's standard epithets, and it was also applied to the chief craftsmen attached to major temple workshops and to the skilled artisans of the royal court. The connection was explicit. To be a great craftsman was to be doing what Ptah did, and to do it excellently was to honor him. This theological framing of manual skill as divine participation gave Egyptian craft traditions a religious gravity that is reflected in the extraordinary quality of surviving Egyptian material culture. The precision of stone carving, the refinement of jewelry and metalwork, the technical sophistication of faience production, which consistently exceeds what purely economic incentives would have produced. The workers of Deir el-Medina, the village of royal tomb craftsmen on the west bank of Thebes, inhabited throughout the New Kingdom period and documented through an extraordinary archive of administrative records, legal texts, letters, and literary compositions recovered from the site, worshipped Ptah as one of their primary patrons alongside Hathor and the deified Amenhotep I. The Deir el-Medina archive, now distributed between the Institut Français d'Archéologie Orientale in Cairo, the British Museum, the Turin Egyptian Museum, and other collections, represents one of the most complete pictures of daily life in any ancient community, and Ptah's presence in it as the divine patron invoked in personal prayers, commemorated in household shrines, and appealed to in legal oaths, demonstrates the genuinely lived quality of his cult among working people, not merely its official theological elaboration. Ptah's syncretism with Sokka, the ancient Memphite god of the necropolis, one of the oldest funerary deities in the Egyptian Pantheon, attested from the early dynastic period, produced the compound deity Ptah Sokar, and the subsequent further merger with Osiris produced the triple compound Ptah Sokar Osiris, one of the most theologically loaded divine identities in late Egyptian religion. This triple syncretism was not a random accretion of similar deities, but a deliberate theological statement. It combined Ptah's creative power, Sokar's mortuary guardianship, and Osiris's resurrection theology into a single figure who embodied the complete cycle from creation through death to renewed existence. Ptah Sokar, Osiris figures, composite mummiform statuettes that are one of the most common types of Egyptian funerary object recovered from New Kingdom and later tombs, were placed in tombs as divine presences that guaranteed the deceased's passage through death and their ultimate resurrection. These figures are hollow in many cases. They contained rolled papyrus scrolls inscribed with Book of the Dead spells, making them simultaneously divine images and libraries of protective texts. The British Museum, the Metropolitan Museum, and the Egyptian Museum in Cairo each hold hundreds of examples spanning a range of quality and material from rough painted wood to finely modelled gilded hardwood, reflecting the broad social spectrum of Egyptians who desired this divine presence at their burial. We have already encountered Amun twice in this series. In episode 1, as one of the 8 primordial abstractions of the Hermopolitan Ogdoad, representing the hidden and invisible quality of the pre-creation void, and in episode 1, again as the solar deity with whom Ra was syncretized to produce the New Kingdom's supreme god, Amun-Ra. Tonight, we examine Amun in his full historical development, from local deity to king of gods, from abstract primordial force to the theological near equivalent of a universal creator, from the specific cult of Thebes to a religious institution of extraordinary wealth and political power. Amun's origins as a local Theban deity are attested from the 11th dynasty, approximately 2055 BCE, when the Theban princes who would found the Middle Kingdom first elevated their local god to state prominence. But Amun's inclusion in the Ogdoad at Hermopolis suggests that some form of his cult may predate this political rise, that the name and concept of the Hidden One existed in Egyptian theological vocabulary before the political fortunes of Thebes made him a major national deity. The precise relationship between the Ogdoad's Amun and the Theban Amun is not fully resolved in Egyptological scholarship, with some researchers treating them as parallel developments and others arguing for direct continuity. Amun's name, from the Egyptian Emun, meaning hidden or concealed, captures his most fundamental theological characteristic. He was the god whose nature could not be perceived directly, the divine presence that animated everything while remaining invisible within it. A New Kingdom, theological text preserved at Leiden, Papyrus Leiden 1-350, describes Amun in terms that approach the philosophical sublime. He is hidden from the gods, and his aspect is unknown. He is farther than the sky. He is deeper than the Dut. No god knows his true form. His image is not displayed in the writings. No one bears witness to him. This is not the modest claim of a small cult. It is a theological maximalism that positions Amun beyond the entire conceptual apparatus of Egyptian religion, beyond the other gods, beyond the written tradition, beyond the reach of any image or name. The New Kingdom, the period from approximately 1550 to 1069 BCE, encompassing the 18th, 19th, and 20th dynasties, was the period of Egypt's greatest imperial power, and the rise of Amun to supreme divine status was inseparable from that political expansion. When the Theban prince Ahmose I expelled the Hyksos, the Semitic-speaking rulers who had controlled northern Egypt during the Second Intermediate Period, and reunified the country around 1550 BCE, founding the 18th dynasty, he did so in Amun's name and attributed his military success to Amun's divine support. The gratitude expressed in royal inscriptions was matched by material donations on a scale that would eventually make Amun's temple at Karnak the wealthiest religious institution in the ancient world. The Karnak temple complex, ancient Epet-e-Sut, the most select of places, is the largest religious building ever constructed, covering approximately 2 square kilometers and incorporating the accumulated building programs of 30 successive pharaohs over more than 1,000 years. Its great hypostyle hall, built primarily under Seti I and Ramesses II, approximately 1290 to 1255 BCE, contains 134 columns arranged in 16 rows, the central 2 rows rising to approximately 23 meters in height and nearly 4 meters in diameter. The columns are covered with carved and painted relief decoration from Kis to capital. Standing in the hypostyle hall, which visitors to Luxor can still do today, produces a specific physical experience that ancient sources describe in terms of awe and disorientation. The scale exceeds what the human visual system is calibrated to process in a single glance. The economic power of the Karnak institution grew in proportion to the political success of the New Kingdom pharaohs, who donated agricultural land, mining revenues, trade goods, and foreign tribute to Amun's treasury, in quantities documented in administrative papyri and temple inscriptions. The Harris Papyrus, British Museum EA 9999, dated to the reign of Ramesses IV, approximately 1153 BCE, is the most extensive surviving economic document from ancient Egypt, a massive papyrus roll over 40 meters in length that records the total donations made to Egyptian temples during the reign of Ramesses III. The figures for Amun's Karnak temple are extraordinary. Tens of thousands of workers attached to the temple estates, hundreds of thousands of cattle, enormous tracts of agricultural land in Egypt, Nubia, and the Levant. By the end of the New Kingdom, the temple of Amun at Karnak controlled approximately 30% of all agricultural land in Egypt, a concentration of institutional wealth that would eventually produce the political crisis known as the Third Intermediate Period. The syncretism of Amun with Ra, the merger of the hidden, immanent, universal deity with the visible, active solar creator, produced a theological compound that was more than the sum of its parts. Amun-Ra was not simply Ra with Amun's name added, or Amun with Ra's solar attributes. The merger produced a new theological formulation, a deity who was simultaneously the visible sun in the sky and the invisible animating presence within all things, the specific and the universal, the manifest and the hidden. This combination addressed a theological problem that pure solar monotheism could not solve. If the sun is everything, what accounts for the things that the sun does not illuminate? The depths of the earth, the interior of living beings, the hidden causes of events. Amun, as the hidden principle, filled precisely this gap. He was present where Ra was not, in the darkness of the womb where new life formed, in the earth where seeds germinated, in the reasoning mind that reached conclusions the senses could not provide. Amun-Ra was therefore a theology of complete divine presence, visible and invisible, solar and subterranean, external and internal. The New Kingdom hymns to Amun-Ra, preserved in multiple papyri, including the already mentioned Leiden Papyrus 1-350 and the Papyrus Bulaq 17, Cairo Egyptian Museum, 18th Dynasty, articulate this theology with remarkable philosophical consistency and poetic beauty. The great hymn to Amun in Papyrus Leiden 1-350, studied in detail by Jan Assmann, whose 1995 monograph, Egyptian Solar Theology in the New Kingdom, remains the standard modern treatment, describes Amun-Ra as a Trinitarian deity. All gods are three: Amun, Ra, and Ptah. There is no second to them. Hidden is his name as Amun. He is Ra in face, and his body is Ptah. This is a striking formulation. The three great creator gods of Egypt, the hidden deity of Thebes, the solar deity of Heliopolis, and the craftsman deity of Memphis, are here presented not as three separate beings, but as three aspects of a single divine identity. Amun is the hidden name, the unknowable inner nature. Ra is the visible face, the outward manifestation. Ptah is the body, the material creation. Together, they constitute completeness. The unknowable, the knowable, and the known. Egyptologist Eric Hornung, in his foundational study, Conceptions of God in Ancient Egypt, The One and the Many, English translation 1982, identified this kind of New Kingdom theological synthesis as a form of implicit monotheism, a tendency within Egyptian polytheism to understand the multiplicity of gods as multiple expressions of a single underlying divine reality, without fully articulating or institutionalizing this tendency as a formal doctrine. The tendency was real and detectable across a range of New Kingdom texts, but it coexisted with robust polytheistic practice and never produced, within the mainstream tradition, the categorical exclusion of other gods that characterizes strict monotheism. That development, the institutional enforcement of divine singularity, required a different kind of intervention. The religious revolution associated with the pharaoh Akhenaten, born Amenhotep IV, reigning approximately 1353 to 1336 BCE, son of Amenhotep III, whose Sekhmet statues we discussed in episode 4, is the most extensively studied episode in Egyptian religious history, and one of the most debated in the history of religion generally. Its importance lies not only in what it was, but in what it has been claimed to be. The world's first monotheism, the source of later Abrahamic religious ideas, the product of one man's mystical insight, or alternatively, the calculated political maneuver of a pharaoh attempting to break the institutional power of the Amun priesthood. All of these interpretations contain elements of truth, and none is entirely adequate. The Aten, the solar disk, Atum in Egyptian, had been a religious concept long before Akhenaten. The disk of the sun as a divine entity, distinct from Ra who travelled in it, appears in Egyptian texts from the Middle Kingdom period and receives increasing theological attention during the early 18th dynasty. Thutmose IV reigned approximately 1400 to 1390. BCE used the term Aten in royal inscriptions with what appears to be particular reverence, Amenhotep III, Akhenaten's father, included the term in the name of his royal pleasure barge. The theological elaboration of the Aten as a divine entity was therefore a gradual development within the existing solar tradition, not an unprecedented invention by Akhenaten. What Akhenaten did was take this development to its logical and institutional extreme. In approximately the 5th year of his reign, Amenhotep IV changed his name to Akhenaten, effective spirit of the Aten, and began the program that would transform Egyptian religion for the duration of his reign. He founded a new capital city, built on virgin ground at the site now called Amarna, ancient Akhetaten, horizon of the Aten, on the east bank of the Nile in Middle Egypt, approximately halfway between Memphis and Thebes. The site was chosen according to the boundary stele that Akhenaten erected around its perimeter, because it belonged to no previous deity. It was clean ground, unclaimed by the established religious geography of Egypt, and could therefore be wholly dedicated to the Aten. The religious program at Akhetaten was distinctive in both its content and its form. Aten temples were open-air structures without roofs. The sun needed to be visible, present, physically shining on the ritual, in contrast to the dark, enclosed inner sanctums of conventional Egyptian temples, where divine statues were housed in near total darkness. Offerings were laid on altar tables in the open courtyard, under the direct light of the disk. There were no divine statues. The Aten was not depicted as an anthropomorphic deity, but as the disk itself, from which descending rays terminated in human hands holding the ankh of life. The image was abstract, schematic, deliberately unlike the rich zoomorphic and anthropomorphic divine iconography of the rest of the Egyptian tradition. The theological content of Atenism, as recoverable from the hymns and inscriptions of the Amarna period, was a genuine and developed solar theology. The great hymn to the Aten, preserved most completely in the tomb of Ai at Amarna, tomb At-25, studied extensively by the Egyptologist William Murnane, and sometimes compared for its literary quality and theological content to the Hebrew Psalm 104, describes the Aten as the sole creator and sustainer of all life, present in every living creature, governing the cycles of day and night, the flooding of the Nile, the growth of all plants, the breath of every animal. The Aten does not merely illuminate the world. The Aten is the condition under which any life is possible. The exclusivity of Atenism, its suppression of all other cults, was systematically enforced. Agents of Akhenaten's administration traveled through Egypt, erasing the names of other gods from temple walls, particularly the name of Amun, which appeared in the most prominent and accessible locations in every major religious complex. The plural word gods was itself targeted. Inscriptions were altered to remove the grammatical plural, reflecting the theological insistence that divinity was singular. The Karnak complex was partially dismantled. Its talatat blocks, the small standardized sandstone blocks used in Akhenaten's own building programs, were later reused as fill-in subsequent construction projects and have been recovered in their thousands by archaeologists, providing an extraordinary record of Amarna period art and architecture in fragmentary form. The question of whether Atenism constitutes the world's first monotheism, or whether it should be categorized differently, as solar henotheism or as a form of pharaonic solipsism, in which the only legitimate religious relationship was between the Aten and Akhenaten himself, with ordinary Egyptians worshipping Akhenaten rather than the Aten directly, remains debated. The historian Donald Redford, in his major study Akhenaten, The Heretic King, 1984, argued for a political rather than a primarily spiritual interpretation of the Artenist program. The Egyptologist James Allen has offered a more theologically sympathetic reading. Jan Assmann's Moses the Egyptian and its sequel The Price of Monotheism, 2004, placed the Akhenaten episode within a broader argument about the psychological and cultural consequences of monotheistic exclusivity, the mosaic distinction between true and false religion, that generated considerable scholarly and public debate. Akhenaten died in approximately 1336 BCE after a reign of 17 years. The precise circumstances of his death are unknown. His immediate successors, the short-reigned Smenkhare, then the child pharaoh Tutankhamun, originally named Tutankhaten, living image of the Aten, then the elderly official Ai, then the general Horemheb, progressively dismantled the Artenist program and restored the traditional polytheistic religion. The capital at Akhetaten was abandoned within a few years of Akhenaten's death and was never re-inhabited. Its limestone structures were quarried for building material. Its mud brick residential areas were left to erode. The formal condemnation of Akhenaten, a damnatio memoriae, the Roman term for the deliberate erasure of a person from historical memory, was executed most thoroughly during the reign of Horemheb, approximately 1323 to 1295 BCE, and continued under the early Ramesside pharaohs. Akhenaten's name was removed from king lists. His monuments were demolished. The Talatat blocks from Akhetaten's temples were used as fill in the pylons of Karnak. Akhenaten, Smenkhare, Tutankhamun, and Ai were collectively referred to in later administrative documents simply as the criminal of Akhetaten, a single condemned individual, nameless, erased from the official record. The discovery of Akhetaten's remains by European archaeologists beginning in the late 18th century, and the decipherment of the site's inscriptions following the progress of Egyptology in the 19th century, recovered from deliberate oblivion, an episode that Egyptian institutional memory had spent considerable effort suppressing. The excavation of Amarna, conducted by the Egypt Exploration Society in multiple campaigns from 1891 onward, with major work by Flinders Petrie, then by T.E. Peat and C. Leonard Woolley, then by John Pendlebury in the 1930s, and continuing today under the direction of Barry Kemp, has produced one of the most extensively studied archaeological sites in Egypt, and the ongoing Amarna project maintains one of the more comprehensive online databases of ancient Egyptian site archaeology currently available. Nefertem, Egyptian Nefertem, meaning beautiful completion, or a tomb is beautiful, was the third member of the Memphite triad, the son of Ptah and Sekhmet, and the divine embodiment of the blue lotus, Nymphaea caerulea, that was among the most symbolically charged plants in Egyptian religious culture. His name and his lotus identity connected him to the moment of creation itself. The emergence of the first lotus from the primordial waters was one of the key images of Egyptian cosmogony in the Hermopolitan tradition, and the child sun god who sat within that first lotus was identified in some texts with Nefertem. The blue lotus, Nymphaea caerulea, the Egyptian blue water lily, has a specific biological behavior that made it theologically meaningful. It closes at night and opens at dawn, tracking the sun with its blooms in a daily cycle that mirrors the solar journey. Each morning's opening was therefore a miniature recreation of the first sunrise, the first lotus opening on the Primordial Waters. Nefertem, as the divine lotus, was the solar renewal principle expressed in botanical form, the god whose every daily opening was a fresh act of creation, a new beginning, a repetition of the Zep Tepi in the present moment. Nefertem is depicted as a young man wearing a large blue lotus on his head, sometimes with 2 pendant plumes and 2 necklace counterweights on either side of the flower. He was associated with perfume. The blue lotus has a distinctive and powerful fragrance, and unguents and perfumes derived from lotus flowers were significant products of Egyptian commerce and religious practice. The use of perfume in Egyptian temple ritual, the burning of incense, the anointing of divine statues, the use of floral garlands, was understood as providing sensory pleasure to the divine, maintaining the god's goodwill and presence within the ritual space. Nefertem, as the god of the divine fragrance, presided over this entire dimension of Egyptian cultic life. A small golden mask or head covering found in the tomb of Tutankhamun, K5th 62, Valley of the Kings, discovered by Howard Carter in November 1922, depicts a lotus flower from which the face of the young pharaoh emerges. A reference to Nefertem and to the lotus sunrise theology that identified the pharaoh's rebirth after death with the daily rebirth of the sun from the primordial lotus. The image appears throughout New Kingdom funerary iconography and connects Nefertem to the broader solar resurrection theology that oriented Egyptian mortuary practice. Sokar, Egyptian Sekher, a name of uncertain etymology, was one of the oldest funerary deities in Egypt, attested from the early dynastic period and maintaining continuous cult presence throughout pharaonic history. His domain was the Memphite necropolis, the great cemetery complex on the desert plateau west of Memphis that included Saqqara and Abu Sir. And he was understood as the divine guardian of this landscape of the dead, the sovereign of what Egyptian texts called the Rose Tour, the mouth of the passages, the labyrinthine underground tunnels and chambers associated with the Duat in the Memphite tradition. Sokar was depicted as a mummiform man with the head of a falcon, a form that aligned him with Horus in his funerary aspect, and was associated with darkness, silence, and the deep stillness of the rock-cut tombs that honeycombed the Memphite plateau. His festival, the Sokar Festival, celebrated on the 26th day of the 4th month of the inundation season, was one of the oldest and most extensively documented festivals in the Egyptian calendar, involving the dragging of a special boat, the Henu bark, around the walls of the White Walls, the ancient name for the Memphis Palace complex, and the ritual burial of model granaries. The festival connected Sokar to agricultural fertility, as well as to death. The grain buried in the earth, which would germinate and rise, was an analogue for the dead buried in the rose toe, who would be reborn in the resurrection. Sokar's merger with Ptah, producing Ptah Sokar, and subsequently Ptah Sokar Osiris, brought the ancient Memphite necropolis deity into the larger theological framework of Osirian resurrection. The triple compound deity, as we discussed in the Ptah section, embodied the complete cycle: creation, Ptah; death and guardianship of the dead, Sokar; and resurrection, Osiris. This compression of the 3 major existential phases into a single divine identity was one of the characteristic achievements of Egyptian syncretic theology, not a confusion of separate gods, but a deliberate statement that these three phases were aspects of a single continuous divine process. Sokar, Egyptian Sekher, a name of uncertain etymology, was one of the oldest funerary deities in Egypt, attested from the early dynastic period and maintaining continuous cult presence throughout pharaonic history. His domain was the Memphite necropolis, the great cemetery complex on the desert plateau west of Memphis that included Saqqara and Abu Sir, and he was understood as the divine guardian of this landscape of the dead, the sovereign of what Egyptian texts called the Rose Tower, the mouth of the passages, the labyrinthine underground tunnels and chambers associated with the Duat in the Memphite tradition. Sokher was depicted as a mummiform man with the head of a falcon, a form that aligned him with Horus in his funerary aspect, and was associated with darkness, silence, and the deep stillness of the rock-cut tombs that honeycombed the Memphite plateau. His festival, the Sokher Festival, celebrated on the 26th day of the 4th month of the inundation season, was one of the oldest and most extensively documented festivals in the Egyptian calendar, involving the dragging of a special boat, the Henu bark, around the walls of the White Walls, the ancient name for the Memphis Palace complex, and the ritual burial of model granaries. The festival connected Sokar to agricultural fertility as well as to death. The grain buried in the earth, which would germinate and rise, was an analogue for the dead buried in the Rose Tower, who would be reborn in the resurrection. Sokher's merger with Ptah, producing Ptah Sokher, and subsequently Ptah Sokher Osiris, brought the ancient Memphite necropolis deity into the larger theological framework of Osirian resurrection. The triple compound deity, as we discussed in the Ptah section, embodied the complete cycle: creation, Ptah, death and guardianship of the dead, Sokher, and resurrection, Osiris. This compression of the three major existential phases into a single divine identity was one of the characteristic achievements of Egyptian syncretic theology, not a confusion of separate gods, but a deliberate statement that these three phases were aspects of a single continuous divine process. Egyptian afterlife belief, when examined in its full institutional detail, presents not a vague spiritual realm, but a precisely organized administrative structure, a bureaucracy of the dead governed on principles recognizably analogous to the bureaucracy of the living. This parallel was not accidental. The Egyptians understood the world as governed by Ma'at, the principle of proper order, of things correctly arranged and correctly managed, and they saw no reason why the afterlife should be governed by different principles. If Ma'at required careful administration in the world of the living, it required equally careful administration in the world of the dead. The result was an afterlife system of remarkable specificity, named regions, scheduled procedures, identified officials, documented legal standards, and a clear institutional hierarchy. The primary geography of the Egyptian afterlife was the Duat, the realm of the dead through which Ra's solar bark traveled each night, which we have discussed in earlier episodes. But the Duat was not the only relevant domain. Egyptian texts also describe the field of reeds, Aru, the field of offerings, Hotep, the hall of two truths, the rose toe, and various numbered gates and caverns that the dead soul had to navigate in sequence. The relationship between these different regions varied across texts and periods. The books of the Netherworld present the Doot as a single complex geography encompassing all of these features, while other texts treat them as distinct but connected spaces. But the general structure remained consistent. The soul of the dead person traveled through a series of structured environments, encountered specific divine and semi-divine beings at each stage, performed specific ritual actions and declarations, and eventually arrived at judgment, and, if successful, at a final destination that constituted the Egyptian paradise. The Hall of Two Truths, the Judgment Hall of Osiris, which we touched on in Episode 3 in the context of Anubis, deserves full treatment in its own right, as it represents the most institutionally elaborated component of the Egyptian afterlife system. The hall was presided over by Osiris, seated on his throne in full royal and funerary regalia. Flanking him were Isis and Nephthys. The scales of judgment occupied the center of the space. Anubis attended the scales. Thoth stood ready to record, and arranged around the perimeter were the 42 divine assessors. 42 beings, each associated with a specific nome, administrative district, of Egypt, and each responsible for judging the deceased's conduct with respect to a specific category of sin. The Negative Confession. Chapter 125 of the Book of the Dead, also called the Declaration of Innocence, was the central ritual text of the judgment procedure. It consisted of 2 parts. The first addressed to Osiris directly. The second addressed to the 42 assessors individually by name. Each assessor received a specific denial. O wide of stride, who comes from Heliopolis, I have not done evil. O flame embracer, who comes from Kerahar, I have not robbed. O nose, who comes from Hermopolis, I have not been rapacious. The 42 denials covered a comprehensive range of social, economic, religious, and moral transgressions: theft, violence, dishonesty in commerce, corruption of weights and measures, sexual transgressions, neglect of religious duties, arrogance, and causing harm to children. The specificity of the list is historically informative. The sins enumerated correspond closely to the categories of social harm that appear in Egyptian legal texts and wisdom literature. The didactic compositions like the instructions of Amenemope, the instructions of Ptah Hotep, and similar texts that guided educated Egyptians in ethical behavior. The judgment of the dead was not evaluated against an abstract moral standard, but against the practical social ethics of Egyptian civilization, the behaviors that made communities function well, that maintained the economic and social fabric, that kept Mart operative in everyday life. The afterlife system and the social system shared the same ethical foundations, which is precisely what the concept of Mart required. The Book of the Dead itself, more formally, the Book of Coming Forth by Day, or Pert Emheru, was not a single fixed text, but a fluid collection of spells and formulae that individual scribes assembled to commission for specific clients. Different versions included different selections of spells, arranged in different orders, with varying degrees of textual and illustrative elaboration. The most beautifully produced papyri, the Papyrus of Ani, British Museum, EA 10470, 19th Dynasty, approximately 1275 BCE. The Papyrus of Hunefer, British Museum, EA 9901. The Papyrus of Nebseni were luxury objects produced by skilled scribes and illustrators for wealthy clients who could afford detailed illumination alongside the text. More modest versions, a smaller selection of spells, little or no illustration, cheaper papyrus, were produced for clients of more modest means. The underlying theology was available to all. The quality of its material expression varied with economic resources, as it does in most religious traditions. The preservation of the body after death, the physical precondition for the coherent existence of the spiritual components, was managed through a division of custodial responsibility among 4 divine beings known as the sons of Horus: Imseti, Hapi, Dawamutef, and Kebesanuf. These 4 deities, originally understood as the children of Horus in his various mythological relationships, were assigned to protect the 4 internal organs removed during mummification: the liver, the lungs, the stomach, and the intestines, respectively. Imseti, depicted as a human-headed figure, protected the liver and was associated with the south and with the goddess Isis. Hapi, depicted with the head of a baboon, protected the lungs and was associated with the north and with Nephthys. Duamutef, depicted with the head of a jackal, protected the stomach and was associated with the east and with Neith. Kebesanuf, depicted with the head of a falcon, protected the intestines and was associated with the west and with Serket. The 4-directional assignment of the sons of Horus oriented the canopic chest, and by extension the mummified body, within the cosmological space of the tomb, aligning it with the 4 cardinal points and the 4 divine protectresses who guarded those directions. Canopic jars, the 4 containers in which the preserved organs were housed, take their name from the Greek city of Canopus in the Nile Delta, where a local deity was worshipped in the form of a jar with a human head. The classical world's first encounter with this distinctively Egyptian type of object. The jars themselves evolved considerably across Egyptian history. In the Old and Middle Kingdoms, they were typically sealed with flat or domed lids. In the New Kingdom, the lids were modelled in the form of the heads of the 4 sons of Horus. In the 3rd intermediate period, the organs were sometimes returned to the body after desiccation, with small wax figurines of the sons of Horus placed within the body cavity as symbolic substitutes for the jars. CT scanning of mummies has revealed this variation clearly, allowing researchers to date mummification practices with some precision based on the treatment of the viscera. The destination of the successfully judged soul was the Field of Reeds, Egyptian Aru, a paradise described in Egyptian texts as a perfected version of Egypt itself, a landscape of canals and waterways, of abundant grain fields, of gentle breezes and permanent daylight, where the blessed dead lived in conditions of ease and plenty, without the hardships of earthly existence. The geography of Aru mirrored the geography of the Nile Valley. There were fields to cultivate, boats to sail, temples to attend. The dead who inhabited it were not disembodied spirits, but complete physical presences. Their AHE, their glorified spiritual body, was understood as a real and tangible form that could eat, drink, move, and engage with the environment. The agricultural dimension of Aru was specifically preserved, and in some respects elaborated. Chapter 110 of the Book of the Dead, one of the most frequently illustrated chapters in the papyri, depicts the deceased ploughing, sowing, harvesting, and reaping in the field of reeds, performing the agricultural work that had structured Egyptian life in the world of the living. The illustration typically shows the deceased, and often their spouse, engaged in this work within a highly schematized landscape of rectangular fields divided by waterways, with tall, heavy-headed grain growing from the earth. This was not a punishment or a labor sentence. It was the good life, the properly ordered existence of a productive human being, transposed into a context where the grain never failed, and the inundation always came and nothing went wrong. The practical concern about who would perform agricultural labor in the afterlife, particularly for elite Egyptians who had not personally farmed in their earthly lives, was addressed through the Shabti or Ushabti system, small mummiform figurines placed in tombs in quantities ranging from a single figure to the royal norm of 365, one for each day of the year, with an additional 36 overseer figures, inscribed with Chapter 6 of the Book of the Dead. This chapter directed the Shabti to respond on the deceased's behalf whenever they were called upon to perform agricultural work in the afterlife, to say, "Here I am," and take up the hoe and the seed basket and do the work. The Shabtis were not merely symbolic. They were understood as functional substitutes, magical workers activated by the spell inscribed on their bodies. Wealthy tombs sometimes contained hundreds of Shabtis in multiple materials: faience, wood, stone, bronze, representing an enormous economic investment in afterlife labor provision. The Shabti industry was one of the most economically significant craft productions in ancient Egypt, and examples in virtually every material and quality level survive in collections worldwide. Alongside the field of reeds, Egyptian texts describe a second destination for the blessed dead that reflects an older and in some ways more austere conception of the afterlife: the imperishable stars, the Ikamusek, the circumpolar stars that never set below the horizon and were therefore always visible in the Egyptian sky. These stars, the stars of Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, and the other circumpolar constellations visible from Egypt's latitude, moved continuously around the celestial pole without ever disappearing. And this permanent visibility made them the natural symbol of eternal, uninterrupted existence. The pyramid texts, the oldest body of Egyptian funerary literature, emphasize the stellar afterlife more heavily than later texts, which increasingly focus on the solar journey and the field of reeds. The early royal theology of the Old Kingdom imagined the dead pharaoh joining the circumpolar stars, becoming one of the eternal lights of the sky, participating in the celestial order as a cosmic rather than an agricultural being. This stellar conception and the later solar conception were not mutually exclusive in Egyptian thought. The dead king could be among the circumpolar stars and also journey with Ra in the solar bark. But the relative emphasis shifted across time, with solar imagery becoming increasingly dominant from the Middle Kingdom onward, and the stellar imagery becoming more supplementary. The Nut tradition, the understanding of Nut's body as the sky populated with the souls of the dead, as we discussed in episode 2, represents a third way of conceiving the afterlife destination: the blessed dead as stars within Nut's body, traveling with her through the daily cycle, swallowed each morning and released each night, participating in the celestial movement that maintained the order of the cosmos. These three models, the field of reeds, the solar journey, the stellar existence within Nut, coexisted in Egyptian funerary texts without apparent contradiction, because Egyptian theology was not troubled by multiple simultaneous answers to the same question. The afterlife was a large place. There was room for all of them. Serket, Egyptian Serket, meaning she who causes the throat to breathe, was the scorpion goddess, one of the 4 divine protectresses of the canopic chest, and one of the most ancient deities in the Egyptian pantheon. She is depicted as a woman with a scorpion on her head, its tail curved forward ready to sting, and she was associated with both the danger of the scorpion's venom and its antidote, the same dual mastery of harm and cure that characterized Sekhmet in the medical domain. Serket was specifically invoked for protection against scorpion sting and snake bite, and her priests, like the Wai-Hishbi priests of Sekhmet, functioned as both ritual performers and medical practitioners in this specialized domain. Serket's funerary role extended beyond the canopic chest to the protection of the mummification process and of the deceased's body during its vulnerable transitional period. Gold-covered wooden figures of Serket were found in the tomb of Tutankhamun, positioned at the corners of the canopic shrine in her standard protective posture, arms outstretched, body turned slightly as if watching, her scorpion alert above her head. The quality of the Tutankhamun Serket figures, now among the most iconic objects in the Cairo Egyptian Museum, reflects the importance attached to this divine protection in royal burial equipment. Bes, Egyptian Bes, a name possibly derived from a word meaning to protect, occupies a unique position in Egyptian religious iconography because his appearance is radically unlike that of any other major Egyptian deity. Where Egyptian gods are typically depicted in profile, in the austere frontal convention reserved for divine faces only in specific iconic contexts, Bes is shown full face. A dwarf with a lion's mane and ears, a feathered crown, a protruding tongue, and a generally grotesque, energetic appearance that ancient observers associated with apotropaic power, the capacity to frighten away evil through the representation of something even more alarming than the evil itself. Bes was the protector of the household, of pregnant women, of newborn children, and of the marriage bed. He was the divine presence in the domestic spaces where life was most precarious. The birth room, the nursery, the bedroom. Bes figures, small faience or terracotta statuettes, were placed in these spaces as permanent guardians. Images of Bes were tattooed on the thighs of female dancers and musicians, a practice documented in mummies from the Middle Kingdom period and studied in detail by the Egyptologist Anne Austin, whose 2016 analysis of tattooed mummies from Deir el-Medina identified Bes among the motifs. The god's popularity across social classes was exceptional. Bes figures have been recovered from royal palaces, from the modest houses of Deir el-Medina workers, and from virtually every other domestic archaeological context in Egypt, and his cult spread throughout the Greco-Roman world, where his distinctive image appears in sites from Britain to India. Heket, Egyptian Heket, possibly related to the word for frog, was the frog-headed goddess of childbirth and of the final stages of the grain's germination, a pairing that reflects the Egyptian understanding of growth and birth as expressions of the same divine generative force. She was present at the moment of delivery, assisting Khnum in the animation of the newly formed individual, holding the ahang to the nostrils of the child and its ka as they came off the divine potter's wheel, and was invoked in protective amulets worn by pregnant women and in spells for safe delivery. The frog's association with birth and fertility in Egyptian thought derived from the enormous numbers of frogs that appeared each year following the Nile flood. The sudden, apparently miraculous emergence of life from the receding waters that mirrored the emergence of the individual from the waters of the womb. Hecate's frog-headed form connected her to this annual event and to the primordial creation that it annually reenacted. Her amulets, small faience frog figures, or figures of Hecate herself, were among the most common protective objects in Egyptian domestic and funerary contexts, and a number of examples bear the inscription, "I am the resurrection," a phrase that links the birth goddess directly to the Osirian theology of resurrection that she preceded chronologically by many centuries. Thoris, Greek form of the Egyptian Taweret, meaning the Great One, was the hippopotamus goddess of pregnancy and childbirth, and the paired divine protectress of the household alongside Bes. She is depicted in one of the most visually striking forms in the Egyptian Pantheon, a standing female hippopotamus, bipedal, with pendulous human female breasts, the back of a crocodile along her spine, and lion's feet. She typically holds the Sah sign of protection, and sometimes a torch. The accumulation of dangerous animals, hippopotamus, crocodile, lion, in a single figure encoded the apotropaic logic of Bes extended to full zoological scale, a deity terrifying enough to drive away anything that might threaten a pregnant woman or a newborn child. The hippopotamus in Egyptian symbolism had a dual identity. The male hippo was associated with Set and with dangerous, uncontrolled force. The animal that could capsize boats, devastate crops, and kill without warning. The female hippo was associated with maternal protection, with the ferocious defense of offspring that is observable in hippopotamus behavior, and that the Egyptians recognized and honored. Thoris was the female hippopotamus elevated to the divine, the protective fury of the mother transformed into a divine guardian of all mothers. Her amulets were among the most commonly worn by pregnant Egyptian women, and her image appears on the beds and headrests of New Kingdom domestic contexts, where her protective presence was desired during the vulnerable hours of sleep and birth. We have arrived at the end of the series. Over 5 episodes, we have moved from the primordial waters of Khnum through the self-created Atum, through the architectural first family of Shu, Tefnut, Geb, and Nut, through the central drama of the Osirian cycle, through the broader divine court of everyday life, and finally through the builder gods and the full institutional machinery of the Egyptian afterlife. The Pantheon is assembled. The theological system is complete, or as complete as it ever was, which is to say, comprehensive, internally consistent in its major frameworks, productively contradictory in its details, and designed to accommodate human life in all its dimensions, without requiring that any of those dimensions be sacrificed to the simplifications that strict monotheism would eventually impose. What distinguished Egyptian religion from many of the traditions that succeeded, and in some cases replaced it, was precisely this tolerance for multiplicity. The Egyptians could hold Atum and Amun and Ptah as simultaneously the supreme creator, without requiring that one of these formulations be correct and the others false. They could understand the solar bark's nightly journey, the imperishable stars, and the field of reeds as simultaneously valid descriptions of the afterlife without reducing them to a single authorized account. They could worship Ra in the morning, and Osiris at a funeral, and Hathor at a feast, and Bes at a birth. and experience these not as conflicting loyalties, but as the appropriate devotion to the aspect of the divine most relevant to the present moment. The divine was large enough to accommodate this. Human life was varied enough to require it. The tradition persisted, with modifications, with syncretisms, with the successive theological revolutions of the New Kingdom, with the Artanist experiment and its suppression, with the Ptolemaic elaborations and the Roman period survival of isolated cults. For longer than any other continuous religious tradition in the historical record, when the last pagan inscription was carved on the walls of the Isis temple at Philae in 394 CE, the tradition that inscription expressed was already older than Christianity is today. The gods did not die quickly. They faded slowly, over centuries, as the institutional structures that had sustained them were dismantled, as their temple estates were transferred to new owners, as the knowledge of hieroglyphic writing, the language of the gods, Thoth's gift, the technology through which the divine word had been preserved for 3 millennia, was lost to all but a handful of practitioners, and then to none. The hieroglyphic script was deciphered by Jean-François Champollion in 1822, using the Rosetta Stone, a decree of Ptolemy V inscribed in hieroglyphic, Demotic, and Greek, recovered by Napoleon's expedition to Egypt in 1799 and subsequently captured by the British, now in the British Museum, EA 24. Champollion's decipherment reopened the 3,000-year archive of Egyptian religious thought to human reading after a silence of approximately 14 centuries. Everything we have discussed in this series, the texts, the rituals, the myths, the careful theological distinctions between one solar aspect and another, the 42 sins of the negative confession, the names of the sons of Horus, the mechanism of the weighing of the heart. All of this was recoverable because someone thought to carve the same decree in 3 scripts, and because someone else, 2 millennia later, had the patience and brilliance to work out what the oldest of those scripts meant. The Nile still flows. The desert is still red at sunset. The pyramids still stand at Giza, oriented with a precision, their sides aligned to the cardinal points within fractions of a degree, that continues to impress engineers who study them. The temple of Karnak is still there, its hypostyle columns still reaching toward the sky, the inscribed names of the gods still visible in the stone. The gods themselves, Ra, Osiris, Isis, Hathor, Thoth, Anubis, Amun, are still present in the texts, in the images, in the objects that fill the museums of Cairo and London and Paris and New York and 100 other cities. They are not worshipped in the way they once were, but they are not gone either. 3,000 years of sustained human attention leaves a mark that outlasts the attention itself. That is the end of the series. The Pantheon is complete. The archive is closed.